Thank you.
Freeze frame.
All right, we off. Thank you, guys.
You sure that shirt's pink or purple you're wearing, Jose?
Oh, it's
I'm not
pink.
wearing a shirt,
It's
Terry.
pink.
Oh, you mean?
Hey, you guys
I
have
wasn't
a
talking to
link
you.
for that.
I wasn't talking to you, Rich.
Yeah, I know. Here I am thinking everyone's thinking about
Rich is going to straight up Scotty storm us today. Just show up shirtless.
Hey, you guys have a
happy to
link
be-
for Plain Truth's gyro video?
No, I'm more than happy to be Scotty Storm.
No,
Let's
I
get
haven't
into
got a
this
link
whole
for it.
spherical thing.
Yeah. I've got a couple of pictures ready to go for that.
Let Terry put his picture up.
Alan, there might be swearing.
Why?
Can I be Scotty Storm?
Well, I'm just talking for myself.
Please.
Just giving you a
Oh,
warning.
okay.
Put your picture up, Terry.
Yeah, I will. What, before somebody else starts or after?
Yeah, do it now.
Do it now.
Doing it, yeah.
Bob the science guy will appreciate this picture.
Where the hell are we? Like, are we just?
We're over at Alan's now.
Yeah, but we're still here in this meet though.
Yeah.
You haven't moved, Rich. Just stay where you are.
Okay. Well, no, hang on. Have I not moved? I'd like to debate you as to whether or not I've moved or not.
No,
well, you have in reference. I mean, if you think about it, the Earth has turned since the last time you were in. We were in.
No, I'm totally happy.
So we've actually moved.
I'm happy with conservation and momentum. But can you prove that helicopters, when they hover?
Can I get a visual check?
Yeah, it's up, Terry.
Yeah, why doesn't the Earth, rotate underneath them?
I feel the Earth move under my feet.
Under my feet. Can you whistle?
No.
No.
What do you want me to whistle?
But I'll have this.
But if you hum a few bars, I'll try and sing it.
Oh, hum.
All right, what's this picture showing us?
Right now this is from the Himawari 8 satellite taken back. I don't know. I wish I had some more information about it.
No, I'm looking at Jose.
Huh?
No, you're
looking at Jose.
Look, just forget about Rich. Everyone else can listen.
Just don't click Jose's page.
You're on the wrong YouTube channel.
You got to go to Alan's.
Or yours?
No, not mine. No, I'm not on mine. Go to Alan's one.
Go to the side chat and click on Alan's YouTube link.
Do you want to post it in Discord to make it easier for you?
Standby one.
Oh, jeez.
Go on with your presentation, Terry.
Anyway, you get the two images of Earth, one rotated and one normal aspect, I suppose, and then you split them down the middle, and then what you do is you bring the top half of the one on the right over to the lower half.
What are you showing? Just out of curiosity.
You'll see in a minute.
Like
when you slide.
I would like to know what you're going to. I know, but are you using this to show you they're not? Are you trying to show these as not spheres? Just I want to get that much straight.
Nobody interrupted you, Flat Earth Data. Just let him go.
No, I really have. I really have.
Oh my God! Is that Flat Earth?
No, you let someone finish.
If this is what you're showing, if this is what you're showing me, gentlemen, are you? I have to ask. Are you being like straight up? Are you being legit? Are you being are you being serious?
To be fair,
you're showing these two pictures.
To be fair, Flat Earth Data.
Are you being serious?
To be fair, Flat Earth Data. No one interrupted you
I'm just
while you were
asking
talking.
for clarity. Are you being serious with these two pictures?
Okay, I can answer you. Yes, we are being serious. Now, can the guy actually present the king?
If you're being serious,
you don't get to show on the monologue.
Guys, listen.
Wow.
Listen,
Wow.
there is absolutely
Flat Earth data. If you don't want to listen, then you can fuck off.
Stop.
Now, can
There
the
is
guy
absolutely
presenting
Stop
actually
being-
continue?
way,
Stop
guys,
being
listen,
baby.
Flat Earth data, hold on real quick. There is absolutely no way you guys are serious. You guys interrupted Flat Earth data left and right during his explanation.
He got
Stop
overloaded
white
of
knighting.
uninterrupted time.
Can I ask a serious question? Did I interrupt?
Absolutely
Did I interrupt?
cringeworthy, gentlemen. This is cringeworthy. You're using CGI
Go ahead and
photographs.
let him be cringeworthy. Ignore him.
It's nauseating, disgusting
can you
behavior,
let-
gentlemen. This is pathetic.
Is this
Can you
flat
let
Earth
I have a
data?
They're
question.
made in a computer, gentlemen. These are perfect spheres made in an animation program.
That is fine for you to make
Can
that
you-
argument after it's been
Absolutely
Terry finish what he
horrible.
was
Come
saying?
on.
Can you let Terry finish what he was saying?
Yeah, Terry was
Cringeworthy
presenting.
and embarrassing.
Excuse
Okay,
me,
let
can
it
I
be
get two
embarrassing.
words in?
Terry
Hello,
was
do I have to
present.
yell? Can I did I interrupt your video presentation personally? Did I interrupt it myself? Or was it somebody else? No, exactly. Now, if you don't interrupt my presentation, well, then we even. Is that correct? Thank you. Now we know that the Earth isn't a bleached spheroid by the equatorial section of the Earth because of the Earth rotation. Now, to find out how much of it is actually out of round, this image was done by somebody else on the internet. I've lost the actual original data that came with it, but what they did is they took the images and rotated one, kept one at the same orientation, split the two images in half with the darker top and the lower dark on the bottom, then slid the top one across to the left one, and then what you end up with is that. And that shows you the amount of out of round the Earth is. I can't remember the exact amount that is in kilometers, but I was led to believe it was about 20 kilometers or something around near there.
Is what
30,
I
is it?
remember.
Travis, you see this, right? Are you seeing this? Are you driving? What are you doing, Travis?
Yeah, I'm driving. I'm not watching, man, but I can hear it. It's absolutely. I mean, yeah, even listening to it, it's unbelievable.
Well,
I
you
think
don't
the
see it, so
assertion
you don't
that
have a
you
right to
made-
comment on it.
I think the assertion that you made was
Thanks,
all
Bob.
the objects we
Thanks
see in the sky are perfectly round, and they're not. You do this with other bodies and see the same effect. Not
Flat
only
Earth,
with Earth.
Flat Earth data. It's John here. I'm the guy that said in the roundup about the difference between the equatorial and polar radius of.
So this is
Jupiter.
is this an obfuscation from your sphere pictures CGI now?
Well, it's the same. It's exactly the same subject. Do you remember me saying that in the roundup?
So I'm pointing out you guys are using CGI photographs and you're trying to
You're
assert,
asserting we're using CGI
you're
photographs.
trying to assert that you can compare spherical to dual
Right.
blade.
Okay, would it be okay if we looked
It's
at
embarrassing, gentlemen.
Right.
Okay.
Would it be okay? Would it be okay if we use Jupiter? Because Jupiter does the same.
Sir,
Yeah, so
are they
listen,
all made in a computer? This is
Jupiter's
the
made
first
in a
thing you're
computer.
going to have to
Jupiter is made in a
acknowledge.
computer.
To be a
Why-
genuine,
wait,
decent human
okay,
being,
stop.
you're
Can I
going
make
to
a
have to
suggestion?
say,
Stop.
you're going to have to say, first of all, gentlemen, let's compare these pictures. They're made in a computer, yes.
Right,
Hold on.
so-
Flat Earth,
Okay, that's fine.
Secondly, let's
Flat
look
Earth
at how
data.
they're made in a computer. I have Blender to show you how it's
Can I
done.
finish? Can
I have a
finish my
link.
thought?
If you want to present, I can present my screen and I can show you, gentlemen.
Can
So
I
just
finish
so
my
you
thought, please?
know what spheres are looking like before
He's
they're
just gonna continue
decorated
to
with
talk
Flat
on
Earth.
behalf of his
I'd
head.
just like to
and
let you know, Flat Earth
textures
data.
and layers.
I'm still in the call, and I got the power to remove people that are very disruptive.
Oh,
and I hate to do that because you're the only Flat Earth, and I'm not gonna
Oh.
do it because it's Alan's stream now. Alan is the boss. He
buddy.
owns this call.
Was that
So
a,
Alan,
was that a vain threat then?
Can I
it's
To
not
be
a
fair,
vain threat.
to be fair,
Let
Flat
people
Earth
talk, bro.
data.
Let people
To
talk.
be fair, Flat
Very
Earth data.
embarrassing,
You
Jose.
are not
These gentlemen are using
Flat Earth
CGI
data.
photographs.
You are not
trying to
you are-
argue oblate versus spherical. They're made in a computer, gentlemen.
Hey,
Come
Alan,
on.
can you do me a favor?
What's that?
Do you have the ability to screen share or present your screen or anything like that?
Tried to do it,
Yes,
and then
I
you guys
can.
all run over top of me. It's
Source
embarrassing.
data, you will not shut up. This is not the data show.
And they are not perfect spheres.
Everybody's willing to listen, data, and interact, but there are 19 people in the call, data. You're not the only one, you know? Remember that. Fair chance
I
for all.
will mute people if they keep talking over. I have done it to Laurie. I have done it to Flat Earth Data. I have done it to Travis. I will do it to everybody if I have to. Shut up, Flat Earth Data, because I have not finished.
You're comparing come from a computer composite. Let's be fair. And
I was talking. Listen
your pictures you're comparing are coming from computer. Yes or no?
Listen to me, Flat Earth Data. I have not finished talking to you. If you do not behave yourself, I will have Jose chuck you out of the meeting. We were looking at photographs that are taken in one go with a single imaging chip, not composites. So
please present that evidence, sir. Don't lie. Don't lie to the audience now. This is already disingenuous. So please.
Yeah, I can. Yes, I can share. It would be easier if somebody else did it, but I can.
Yeah,
I can share.
I'm all set up, ready to share if I've got a link to something.
Oh no.
Flat Earth the claim first that it was CGI, so it's his fucking burden to prove it.
Yep.
No, you're presenting evidence claiming that's the difference between oblate and sphere, and then you're telling me to measure the. It's absolutely crazy. You guys are trying to.
Is that all you've got? Is incredulity? Oh my god!
No, I can destroy you in real time with a Blender program.
Fucking it. What are you going to counter it with? CGI yourself? That's really convincing. How about
he's going to use CGI?
Moron.
I'm using your method.
Flat Earth Data, technically speaking, if you create something in Blender, it doesn't prove those images were created in Blender. I can also Photoshop. Can you please stop talking over me? I'm actually trying to talk here.
Data, stop, please.
If I create a house in Blender, does that prove that every image of a house is CGI?
You guys are using
it doesn't.
Made in a
so following that logic, you're creating something in Blender doesn't prove every other image is created in Blender.
You're trying to.
So it's a stupid argument. You need to start actually making sense here.
You're trying to argue a spheroid.
I've been waiting for
cartoon images, gentlemen.
Can someone do me a favor?
One at a time.
No.
I think you might have to mute a few people, Alan, because I don't think these children know what they're doing.
No,
I just can't mute them fast enough. That is the problem.
Yeah, the key is like if somebody is muted, like Flutter Data is getting muted because you are told to just hold on and let other people speak and not overtalk Flutter Data. You should stay on mute if the host of the show, which is the only person that should be muting people and taking charge of the call. So if Alan tells you Flutter Data, I muted you, you stay on mute until you get green light to talk again. That's it.
How old are you, Flat Earth Data?
It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
Well, it's your acting. Your age is what's relevant.
Yeah, exactly.
Listen to all you gentlemen.
Actually, hold on one second.
There's like 5-6 guys here.
There's one thing that I fail to understand, and that's the point that you're trying to say that everything is done by a computer. Yet every digital camera that you use is a computer. So every image that you get is from a computer.
So that's an awesome obfuscation to the point.
Really?
Yes, it is. I'll tell you why. The photographs you're using, you're arguing a blade spheroid. Listen, gentlemen, you're trying to argue
the same equipment.
You're arguing
flat Earth.
Oblate spheroid versus sphere here. Let's not talk about digital cameras and sensors now. We're talking oblate versus sphere. You're using a composite image made by a digital camera. Let's use this guy argument. We're using a digital camera, brought the footage into a Photoshop program, and that's what we do. That's how you do this stuff. This is how this data is handled. If you don't realize it, you're being disingenuous.
So, Alan, he's just going to continue to talk over everybody.
The photos from the 50s and the 60s, those are all done from computers. I see how it is.
Yeah.
Your
Himawari is not the subject of conversation.
Whoa. Okay, so your P900's nothing as well.
So here's how it works. You have a digital sensor, gentlemen, that is photosensitive to light. Okay.
Right.
It
Like your
emulates
retina.
film. Okay. Right. The
No,
difference
it doesn't
between
actually.
the difference between your photograph of the Earth is the difference between you knowing how it's done in a computer program and not knowing. I know how it's done. I know how it's done with small strips of data. Okay. I've went and looked at. I've went looked at.
No, stop. Tell us.
Use an editing program. Use a program like Photoshop first.
No.
Or
tell us how it is done, David.
okay, here I'll present the screen for you. Okay, can I present my screen?
Yep. Tell us how it is done and how it can be better than what NASA apparently.
Oh, we're gonna add to it. We're gonna add to it. Listen, everybody on this panel, that do me a favor, prove me wrong when you go to search out any satellite imagery. It's not composited. The data is single strip pieces of Earth put together. Don't interrupt me. This is the facts.
What does it matter if they're single strips of data?
And truth. What does it matter? Thank you. Why does it matter? Is because when I take a picture of a cue ball with my camera, I don't have to use single strips of data to show it. The difference is you have to use
you are using single strips of data.
You're using pixels. The difference is when
what do you think the difference is between pixels? Yeah,
because when you use single strips of data,
and they are read out as single strips of data.
When you use single strips of data, it means you can't take the entire picture. So you ever guys look at stitching a photograph together?
Flat Earth data.
You ever do
You're not addressing
Photoshop where it takes different sections of
Photoshop? What's Photoshop?
No, never.
Different
Flat Earth
sections
data
of,
isn't
addressing.
Hey, enough!
You guys proved to me how disingenuous you are.
Hold on, Flat Earth data, hold on. Guys, you asked him to explain.
Stop white knighting for him.
I'm not. I'm calling you
Yeah,
guys
you are.
out.
You're white knighting.
No, I'm
Sit down and relax.
No, I'm not.
Because if you're not actually going to address the topic, then you need to stop talking.
I'm addressing the fact that you guys gave him the floor, and as soon as he started explaining stuff, you guys are jumping all over him. Now, listen. Somebody
Not all of
decide.
us.
No, hold on. Someone decide how much time you're going to give Flat Earth.
Yeah, we really don't care about what you say. You know that, right?
Travis, if we gave Data all the time he needed, he would talk for about 15 minutes and say Dick Flat. It would be
Travis.
nothing.
Can I address something?
Okay,
if we,
then
I don't,
evaluate him
Travis.
after. Hold on.
Okay. Yep.
No,
We've
I'm
given
talking-
him this
let me just
opportunity
make my
so many
point.
times, Travis. Calm down.
No, okay, listen. Okay, I'm not out of sorts, guys. Listen.
Yeah, and you,
Give
dude,
him
stop
a time
parenting.
limit.
Stop parenting. Stop
Give
trying to
him a time
parent.
limit. Give
Stop
him
it.
a time limit.
Very
I'm
pathetic,
gonna put
guys.
you in.
Very
I'm gonna put
pathetic.
you in timeout. Okay. I'm gonna
Travis,
put you in timeout.
enough.
Travis,
put you in time.
is this your stream? Is it, Travis? Is this your stream?
Enough, Peter.
I am fine with time limits. The only thing that I would add is if we add a time limit to Flat Earth data, then we have to add time limits to everyone else.
Oh, that was
because
great. Mute me.
No.
Mute me. Oh, great.
I did.
That's Travis.
I said I would, Travis, and I did.
Because my fear is if we give a time limit to Flat Earth data for how long he can speak, he will use that. But then when we start to address him, he will talk over us. So the rule has to be at least consistent. So if we give him 3 minutes, he has to then stay silent and listen for 3 minutes as well.
All right, that's what I'm trying to say. Establish those rules and try to stay by them. That's all.
Yep.
The thing is that Flat Earth Data has said that he will not abide by those rules many times before because he cannot allow what in his mind is bullshit to be said.
Yeah. Well, Alan, mute me if it makes it fair.
Just do not. I do not want anybody talking over anybody else.
No, me either.
Rich, just put yourself on mute.
Yep.
Okay.
I don't.
That's what I've been doing anyway. But
I'm kind of curious. The talk about this Himawari 8, that's all well and good. But if we take images with current technology from the Earth of other bodies, we can see that they're oblate as well with single shot CCDs. So I believe the original argument was that.
Can you send me a link, please? Put the link in the chat, please. Put the link in the chat, please.
No images.
See what I mean? He just won't not interrupt.
Yeah, all images are show spheres.
Awesome.
And,
Put a link, please. So link, back it up with something. I'd love to
I'd
see
have to
these
find
oblate
something.
spheroids.
Let's see.
And my question would be, why were we shown a composite by the guy who made the presentation of two halves
It
of
was
two
not
spheres?
a
And on top
composite.
of that, why does
They weren't-
Jupiter look like a sphere in my telescope? Why does it look like a perfect sphere with the other spheres floating around it?
Because you are incapable of determining what a perfect sphere is. Is a cue ball a perfect sphere?
Is that an argument or is that your answer?
Is a cue ball a
The
perfect
argument,
sphere?
the argument is I'm not
Is
capable
a
of
fucking
understanding
cue
a
ball a
sphere
perfect
or.
sphere?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Is a cue ball a perfect sphere?
So when I look at a cue ball, it's a ball. Okay, it's definitely not oblate. That's the difference.
Oh, it is because we can't manufacture a perfect sphere.
It's not oblate. If we were to look up at the
Would you be able to
difference
tell?
between oblate and a
Wait.
sphere, you wouldn't distinguish the difference. The difference
All right,
isn't
my
negligible.
question is, how do you know it's not oblate?
distinguishable.
Enough.
It's
How
distinguishable.
do you know
It's
it's not oblate?
distinguishable. It's
You
distinguishable.
won't answer questions, Alan.
I'll answer
I
the
think
question.
it's
Hey,
time
Bob,
to get rid
Bob
of
the
them.
fallacy guy, you're just a liar and a deceiver out there. I have
Flat
video,
Earth.
lots of information on you that's
Data.
going to come out. You're just one of
This
those
isn't
guys.
the goddamn Flat Earth Data Show.
Flat Earth data.
It will
You said
always be the Flat Earth
Flat
Data
Earth
Show when you're
data. I
talking
have a
about.
question to ask you. You said that the oblate spheroid would be distinguishable. Can you prove that?
So in science, when you look at the model is distinguishable from what NASA shows as a
No,
photograph.
he didn't ask about
are-
your science.
They
He
are
asked you.
observably as what I'm presented by science.
No,
what article-
your
don't
observations.
Say no. That's right. It's the observations that your
No,
model
you're
presents
not
me.
paying attention.
You're not paying
He
attention.
asked you.
Your
He
model
asked you from
presents
your
me,
Flat Earth
model,
data.
Your model. Yes, your model
Pay
presents
attention to the
me.
question.
You pay attention to the
Lori,
answer.
can you
Your
repeat-
model means
Okay, stop. Flat Earth data. I
oblate
want you to
spheroid
repeat what his
is
question
different
was.
sphere.
Flat Earth data. Repeat what Lori's question was.
Asking me, how do I distinguish? Am I capable to distinguish between a sphere and an oblate spheroid?
Okay, thank you. Now, who do you think he's talking about?
So your model.
No, before you don't
No.
go your model.
Listen.
He didn't. He
take your own
no.
advice. No, take your own advice. Your model.
Flat Earth data.
No,
he's
your
asking
model.
you.
Your
How
model.
did you
Listen. Your model
repeat his
suggests
question and
your
answer his
model
question?
has two distinct observations they present. Don't try to lie about it and don't try to obfuscate. Your model has two
Flat Earth data.
representations.
Flat Earth data,
It
please
shows
explain
an
your
oblate
observation,
spheroid,
though.
then
He
it
doesn't
shows
care
a
what we have to say.
sphere.
He's
Because
not
you're
interested
lying.
in talking about
You're
this with us. He's just with a
lying.
monologue.
You're disingenuous human beings.
Flat Earth.
Your
Yeah,
model.
Flat Earth.
Your
Can I-
model
can I
presents.
speak?
Your
Hold on,
model.
Flat Earth. Can you show me a perfect sphere?
So present your heliocentric model or
No,
Pythagoreanism.
I asked you if you could present me a perfect sphere.
The 1972 picture of Earth that you represent does
Can
not
you
match.
show me
Are you
a
not happy
perfect
with your
sphere?
answer? You're not happy with the answer, are you?
You're not answering.
The
You're not answering.
1972. You're not happy with the answer. The
No,
1972.
I asked you.
You're not happy
not
with the
taking
answer.
our pictures.
1972
Not taking our
picture of
pictures.
Earth.
I want you.
Alan, he's
to
just
show me.
talking over everybody. I'll see you later, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just.
Jose, kick him, please.
Can I jump? Can I
Jose,
jump
if
in
you're
because
there,
it,
kick
it
him.
was my question that I was trying to ask. So
That
Flat
is
Earth
true,
data.
Yeah, sorry, Laurie, but I had him kicked because that
Okay,
was
yeah.
just. He had absolutely no intention of engaging with us in any meaningful sort of way.
Yep.
And you can't have any sort of conversation with somebody who is that disingenuous.
Good call, Alan.
Alan, I put a link in the side chat for you if you want to have a look.
Wait
at
a minute, is Bob still here? I thought Bob said he was leaving.
Yeah, well, Bob decided not to when I had him kicked.
Oh man.
Sorry,
No,
Travis.
we're waiting for the link to your gyro compass video, Plain Truth. Would you mind putting that up? Might like to look at it.
Gyro compasses.
You can go
Bob,
to my
I
channel
love
and
gyro
pull it up
compasses.
yourself there, Bob. I'm driving.
Why don't you go ahead and does anybody have a link to this guy's channel? Because I don't see Plain Truth. The Plain Truth.
Yeah, you just gotta look. You gotta look up the channel. Like look up the search, change the channels. It's on there.
If you put in the Plain Truth karaoke, you'll get me right away.
Hey Travis, I got a question for you.
Hey, yeah, I got an answer. Who is this?
Everyone's taking you seriously, Travis.
Who's addressing me?
Erebus.
Me.
Hi, Erebus.
Oh, Erebus.
And Rich.
Yeah.
Hi,
yeah,
Rich.
yeah. All of us, yeah. We've been doing it all night, mate. Like, you haven't noticed?
We all kind of sound alike.
I don't think the Aussies do.
No, I'm thinking, I don't think I'll sound like Erebus.
If you talk real slow, you might get it. Yeah. I'm about to call my own damn name. Travis. I know, right? Travis.
Hey, let me show this really quick. Let me show this. It's only gonna take 1 minute. So I did 2 circles in here. I did 2 circles, right? Oops. I can move them around. And
Jose's got 2 balls.
One of these 2 balls is an how do you call that? Spheroid?
Oblate spheroid, yeah.
Oblate spheroid,
Yeah.
right? So
One will be blue shifted, one will be red shifted.
So if I look in here, I got one further because I don't want them overlapping, right? So I got this one to cross in front of the red. So we're gonna go over here. I'm gonna try to line it up top and bottom so it can block the whole thing. So it's pretty center, but then when we get close to it and we look, you see it's wider in the sides. You can see the red sticking out, but in the bottom is just evenly perfect. And if we go to the right hand side, it's also
for the same picture.
Yeah, it's also extra right here. You see that sticks out. So it's minimum, but that already changed from being a perfect sphere to a spheroid because it's just not perfect, even if it looks perfect to your plain eyes.
Well, there's occasionally where the moon doesn't totally fit the sun, right? Like during a eclipse. So, I mean, there's plenty of pictures of that. So
That's different than oblateness. That's because one.
yeah, well, don't even get into oblateness.
You were getting into a difference in angular size according to distance of the moon from the Earth.
Yeah. Like,
and the distance to the sun.
Yeah, when the moon's that little bit closer, then and you can see it. Like, there's photos of it. Fuck.
John Watson's still here, isn't he? I'm not, because I'm not an astronomer, and I know you are. As the sun is also rotating, I assume that must also be slightly oblate.
It is very, very, very slightly, but it's got such a huge mass that that overrides the the way that it would want to get flung out at the equator.
So it's not spinning quickly enough, really, to make a difference to it.
Well, its rotational speed is, I think it's like 25 days or something like that. So it's not really subject to being oblate. I was going to say to Flat Earth Data that I think Ken brought this up. If you buy a small, cheap telescope and look at Jupiter or Saturn, you can see quite clearly that they're oblate spheroids, and that's because of they've both got about a sort of 10-11 hour rotational period, where the difference is really quite marked. It's 10% of the radius. From difference between the polar radius and the equatorial radius.
John.
And there's millions of pictures taken by amateur astronomers of showing
John, I have a question.
What is that?
When was the description of the Earth as an oblate spheroid first brought to the public's attention? I don't know. I'm asking or anything. I'm asking honestly. When was? I remember hearing this back in the 90s. I might have been in college.
I think it was in the 19th century.
Spheroid in college.
It was a very long time ago.
Yeah, they found errors.
So what was? Okay, so that was going to be my next question. What was the determining factor in this decision or in this evaluation of the Earth's shape?
I've never looked into it personally with the Earth.
As I recall, they found errors at their depth on the Earth, and it was.
Ken, you broke up. We didn't hear that.
As I understand it, they found errors at well, they found errors in navigation that correlated to the obliqueness. Then they went and we actually
I
measured
just
it.
want to know if Nathan Thompson is actually fucking, bouncing a golf ball.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was trying to listen to Ken's answer, and someone interrupted.
No,
I'm
but
sorry.
are you
Can you
bouncing a
restate that?
golf ball off a sledgehammer, Nathan?
Okay, I'm not.
Correct.
I'm not Nathan.
I muted you again because you're not behaving.
Yeah, that's not Nathan. It sounds a lot like Nathan. It's really not.
Please don't say that. Dear
Oh,
God,
hang
please
on.
don't say that.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, I went and had a look at that
Do
video.
we all sound alike to you?
Well, to be fair, to an Australian, a lot of Americans with in that register do sound very similar.
In what register?
The register of tone that you use.
The register of tone. Okay, Ken, can we
Sorry,
go
I
back
wasn't looking at my phone, but my parrot said yes.
Whenever
have
I
a lot
go
of
to the States, whenever I go to the States, I'm
Wow,
Scottish.
how did this get derailed? I want to go back to Ken. Can we go back
Well,
to
just
Ken,
quickly,
please?
in the States, Americans think that I'm Australian. What's that all about? Anyway, carry on.
You sound Kiwi to me.
I don't have.
I went ahead and had a look at that video. It's 50 minutes long, and he basically just reads the definition. But I've got questions about it when he's ready.
Yeah, it was a response video. I just said that I'm going to be. I pulled up 4 tabs. I was just looking at the information and responding to it. That's all. No,
All right. So a gyro
research.
compass.
Super
What
critical.
direction does it find, and how does it find it?
Right. That's
Oh,
what. If
it's
you
the
watch,
plain truth that's talking. Sorry. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
Rich, behave yourself.
I still would like to go back to Ken. So, Bob, we can hold off on your questions until I'm finished with Ken, if that's okay.
That's fine. I'm gonna grab some coffee.
I don't have a whole lot of detail on it. It's just, from memory, I recall that they had trouble, or they had errors of navigation as they approached like the equator, and things didn't quite work out exactly as expected with latitude and longitude. They had to make adjustments for it. They had.
All right, does any?
I'm reading
Okay,
on it
does
right now, so.
Yeah, that's fine. Again, I'm not trying to catch anybody out. Does anybody else have any insight in terms of what it was that brought them to make the evaluation that the Earth was not a perfect sphere but an oblate spheroid?
If not, I'm pretty sure you can find out for yourself.
Yeah, there's no need to be a smart ass. I'm driving right now. We're having a conversation.
No one said you had to do it now.
I thought they found out a bit about it to do with the mass of certain weights of objects at the North Pole towards the equator.
Chances are,
if I may say something, gentlemen.
So let me. Okay, so
Montreal.
So if we're talking about. So if we're talking about the equator being wider than the rest of the shape of the Earth, so that would mean then, is it squashed or is it stretched?
Stretched.
It's squashed from pole to pole, and stretched from the equator.
I was showing you that
so
image. That image I showed it.
Right. And again, I'm driving, so I'm going to have to go back and watch that part again. I'm just asking questions, trying to understand what I was listening to.
That's a 6 1/2 dozen question.
Awesome. So
Jose, quick thing. I'm sorry, Travis. I'm going to interrupt for a quick moment. Jose, I just realized the moment you leave, Travis is going to try to come in on that last change first account. So you may want to either preemptively ban it or what.
I forgot his name was Travis too. I was like, what?
I'm here. I'm listening. I'm in the background. If anybody needs in or out, you gotta verbally tell me because I got my phone in my pocket. So let me know and I'll let people in.
I'm just saying that Flat Earth Data is going to try to come in on that other account as soon as you leave. So.
Yeah, they gotta let you know, guys, in chat. Let Alan know in chat that you want to join because nobody is gonna know until I am told verbally.
Gotcha.
Okay, so let's just go back, and I'm just trying to understand the shape of the Earth. Is it squashed and oblate, or is it stretched and oblate?
6 and 1/2 dozen.
No, it's not. That's not remotely the same.
Yes, it
Don't know what the
is.
difference is.
Well,
Could you
yeah,
explain
actually, it is. Depends on how you look
Travis,
how you look at it.
Travis, don't forget the pear shape that they claim.
Right.
They also say it's pear shaped.
Right. Yeah.
Just forget the pear shape thing. It was just a dumb thing to say in the first place.
Well, it's hyperbolic, and then
No, it wasn't. Your boy DeGrasse Tyson said it.
Yeah,
Montreal,
Alright,
stop
nobody
appealing
here-
to celebrity.
Nobody here defers to Neil deGrasse Tyson, so never say that again in here.
Right, Travis. Travis.
Oh, hold on, you're throwing your boy. You're throwing your
He's
boy
not our
under the
boy.
bus.
Montreal,
Is that what you're
stop.
saying?
Was Travis
Montreal,
there?
this is a derailment. Let's get back to the topic on hand.
Is Travis there?
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. So
Hello.
the equatorial radius of the Earth is 8 kilometers longer than the polar radius of the Earth. So the Earth is wider at the equator than it is if you took a line right around the poles. What is it that you're unsure about?
I'm
That's
just simply
it's
asking
yes.
the
You're to use that
question whether or not
semantics.
it is
It's
squashed.
6 and 1/2 dozen.
Okay.
I mean, if I
hold
take
on,
a rubber ball and I
hold on,
spin it really
Jose,
fast, it's
or
going to go
whoever,
down
I'm
at the
sorry.
top, the bottom. It's going to get wider in the middle.
Okay, hold on, please. Okay, if I have a ball that is pliable and I put pressure on the top and the bottom with my finger and my index finger and I squash it, it's going to stretch from the middle. But if I
Yes.
apply pressure across the middle, it's going to stretch at the top and the bottom. That is not remotely the same. This is not a
Right.
semantical
Well,
issue.
No, it's
okay, but
No,
you know how
you're
it's supposed to
switching the
happen.
terms.
Centrifugal force. Centrifugal force makes it wider at the middle, and it pulls down towards the top and bottom. I don't understand. If you understand what the argument is, why? No, but there's not twisting the Earth with his finger. It is supposed to be the centrifugal force, and that's what is obviously indicated by the images that were displayed. Whether you believe the images or not, that's what the images display.
So there's no
right,
there's no squashing at the poles. The centrifugal force at the equator is causing the radius to be wider there. It's simple.
Okay, I think that we're talking past each other, so I'm just going to let it go at that. That's fine.
Oh, good. Can I ask my question now?
Sure, I'd like to hear it.
Travis, is Earth's atmosphere separate and completely detached from the Earth on a flat Earth?
Yes.
Do you have evidence of this?
Well, the Earth is solid as far as it goes. You know, I'm driving over solid ground right now. If I go on sand or whatever, it might, you know, if you're, I don't need to have a conversation with a smartass. I really don't.
No, you just need to answer the question honestly.
Yeah, well, I can answer it without you being a smartass.
Keep going.
No, I'm done. You're good.
So you're saying that the atmosphere is completely detached from the surface of the Earth?
The air touches the ground.
No, pay attention to what I said. The atmosphere, according to you, is completely separate and detached from the Earth.
I already answered this, and you didn't seem to be happy with that either. So, what's going to make
Yeah, I
you
think
happy?
you did answer it. I'm not sure where you're going.
Yes,
Okay.
Thank you.
Good. Now, that would mean that the atmosphere is in a rotational vector. Would you agree?
The atmosphere is dynamic. I'm good with that.
That's not what I asked.
Great. I'm glad that's not what you asked. The atmosphere is dynamic.
Yep, still not what I asked.
Okay. Have fun with your life.
See, that's the problem. Every single time anyone asks you a direct question, you don't answer that direct question.
No, I do. Simply because you
No.
don't understand my answer doesn't mean
I didn't say I did. No, I'm sorry. Just like when I explained to my 5-year-old that they can't have candy, and they say you don't understand. That doesn't mean I don't understand.
This is deja vu. I've heard this argument before somewhere. Let me see if I can
Yeah.
put my finger on it.
So whenever you say I don't understand, it's not that I'm rejecting what you understand. I'm not rejecting.
I don't understand.
Yes, you did. You said I don't understand.
No, I've never said I don't understand. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
I know. Yeah.
Excuse me, gentlemen, just a quick one. Jose, I think somebody wants to come in, please.
I hope it's Pete Shea.
You got it.
No.
Just say it 2-3 more
Thank you for
times.
letting me
we'll be all
know.
right.
Yeah, if you let me know right on time, I'll check. Yeah, Chris is it.
Somebody better.
Now, I asked a very specific question about the vortex for a reason, but you were claiming that it's just dynamic. What does that mean?
It means it's moving. The wind moves. It blows. I wouldn't call it rotational.
So it has no vector whatsoever. There's no actual vector that the atmosphere actually creates, right? There's nothing, right?
Do you mean by vector a direction?
That would literally be what a vector is.
I'm sure it's not a problem to ask for clarification, just so that I make sure that we're on the same page. It's really not that difficult.
Yes.
Okay. Sure, the wind is blowing northeast or southwest. Sure, okay.
You've just given me from where. That's not what I'm talking about. If you look at this is one of the reasons why I've noticed that on flat Earth maps or depictions of the flat Earth, whatever they may be, you're never going to see weather patterns really depicted on them.
What's your point?
And so whenever, now the thing is I've actually found something that kind of does create that depiction, and it is a bit of a kind of a circular and in somewhat spiral pattern. My question to you is, why would it do that?
This is not my field. I do not get.
I know. I don't want to
study
hear.
this.
I don't want to hear. How long have you been researching flat Earth?
Okay, I have made it clear that my.
Yeah, I'm making.
I
didn't ask what your arguments were.
Are you going to interrupt me every single time?
Yes, I am, because you're not addressing what I said. How long have you been researching the flat Earth?
Since August 2017.
Okay, so 2 years you've been researching the flat Earth. So this would be something that would at least remotely come up. If you have a starting point that the Earth is flat and stationary. Past that,
I have not looked into this field. Okay, I haven't looked into this. It's not something that I find interesting right now.
so what have you been doing? Have you been researching the flat Earth, or trying to, or trying or looking for things that say the Earth isn't round?
Happy, Erebus. What's going to make you happy?
An honest answer.
Tell me. I have not been dishonest with you at all, Erebus. So.
It may not be intentional, but you are being dishonest.
No, I'm not. I'm very aware of my faculties.
I'm sorry, disingenuous. That's probably the better way of putting it.
No, I'm very aware of my intentions and my faculties. I am not disingenuous.
Do you understand what I'm talking about?
About my being disingenuous?
Yes.
To you?
What about the flat Earth have you researched? Not a globe denial, but the actual flat Earth part. The positive.
The research that I'm currently involved in are observations.
No, for the past 2 years, not current. 2 years.
My research, where I have been, where I have been intentionally studying and observing, deal with photography over water. Okay.
What's the studying part?
The images that I've taken photographs of.
That's looking at observations. I'm talking about study. Any outside sources? What are we talking about here? Computational data? Anything?
Yeah. I have not delved into that kind of documentation yet.
So you spent 2 years taking pictures from the same spot.
No.
And that's the entirety of your quote unquote research.
No, it's not been the same spot. I take images and photographs from.
So
California
same
as
thing.
well.
You've just been taking pictures for 2 years.
And
That's
so,
it, right?
So are you the arbiter of what the standard is?
I am aware of what a standard is, but my question to you is, by taking pictures, what is the comparative position?
By taking pictures, what is the comparative position? I'm not really sure I understand your question.
I know.
Yeah, there's no reason to ad hom me with.
That's not an ad hom.
Like it is, because your snarky comment is demeaning to my intelligence, because I said I don't understand.
If the shoe fits, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to wear it.
No. How about
Travis, Erebus, both hang on. Both of you hang on.
It's not an ad-hom. It's not an ad-hom.
An ad-hom would be you're wrong because you're stupid. He can call you stupid and it'd be an invective, but that's not an ad-hom.
Okay, well then.
And
give
I
me
didn't say he was stupid. So.
Nah, you didn't. Nah, it's not an ad-hom at all.
Okay, listen.
Erebus, with your standard, what you're putting on the plain truth. How about astrophysicists? Don't they take pictures? Isn't that what they do all day, all night?
Not your conversation, Montreal. Let him finish.
Who are you to say, Bob, when I can speak or not?
Right, you're right.
Not your
Montreal.
conversation. Let Erebus finish his conversation.
Thank you, Erebus.
However,
what's the point you're trying to make, Erebus?
Well, see, Montreal actually made kind of a bit of a point. What methodology are you using for your comparative research, quote unquote?
I'm not comparing anything except for the photos that I take. So
That's what I'm saying.
photos.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you recall the conversation I had with you about multiple observations?
Yeah. So right.
Yeah.
Yes. I go out every day taking images and I compare those images. Okay. Great.
Okay, but now,
Yeah.
with just the pictures, what other data are you applying to those photos?
Well, if no one else is taking the same photos that I am, I'm not going to compare them to anything else because that would be irrelevant,
I didn't ask that.
right? Okay. I'm not going to compare my pictures with anything else because they aren't comparative.
Well, then, what are you doing them for?
Myself.
Yes, for yourself to do what?
If I get to the point to where I want to publish my findings, then I will begin to process them and present them in a way that I'm sure would be satisfactory to those who have questions about what my observations and conclusions are.
So, just taking pictures, waiting for the day that you might do something.
Yeah, see, I'm not trying to make you happy, Erebus. Not yet. But when I do, I'm your Copernicus.
Have you taken pictures of the sunrise?
Yeah.
Good. How far away was the sun?
I have no idea. None.
Okay.
Whatsoever.
So you have no idea of anything, essentially.
Oh no. That would actually be a complete non sequitur. That my images that I do have information on.
It's a straw man, not a non sequitur, dude.
The red roof
I actually just straw
channel
manned you.
marker. Okay, it was also has nothing to do, right? So your statement has nothing to do.
Well, no,
with
actually,
the information that I've accumulated. I
the
do
question on the sun is actually kind of relevant, and it illustrates.
Not in my
I know.
observations.
For
Not in
you,
my
it doesn't.
observations, Erebus.
I know for you, it doesn't.
Right.
But it's pertinent because these are things that, had you been doing any kind of research, you would have had at least a small monicum of an estimate of that observation.
I'm sorry. Small what?
A little bit of information, even if it was just a guess.
I'd like to hear you say that phrase again. A small what?
Small modicum?
Okay, just checking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not making observations or claims about the sun, Erebus.
I didn't ask if you were.
Then why are you bringing up the sun?
Because
It's a
this would be an
non
observation that you made.
It's a non sequitur,
No, it's not. It's an observation that you made.
not regarding the observations that I'm making with viewing things at a distance and how they change due to the ether band.
Yes, but that is something that you observed.
Okay,
in
I'm
your
not
photos.
Sure. Why? Yeah.
This is what I'm talking about.
No, you're not talking about.
You're
anything,
giving.
Erebus.
Yes.
No, you're not. You're not talking about anything right now.
Okay.
Great.
It's showcasing a very simple point. These are pieces of data that would be part of your observations that you're not including, and I'm curious as to why.
I'm not making claims about the sun, Erebus.
Didn't ask if you were.
Then drop the discussion of the
That's
sun.
not. I didn't say you were making claims about the sun, but if it's a part of his observation that you yourself made, then it would be relevant.
No, it's not. This is completely insane. You are insane to bring up something that has no relationship to our discussion.
It really does, though.
That's actually
Well done,
not
sir.
an
Well
ad-hom.
done. Thanks for doing
That was
that.
actually an ad hom there, Travis.
You're welcome. Because
No, it's not. It's not an ad hom because I'm telling you that his argumentation right now has no relevance to the discussion. Therefore,
Yeah, you don't
it's
understand the
insane.
purpose of the argument, but that's quite all right. Anyway, whoever's next, go ahead and talk to him.
It's gonna have everything to do with the argument.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused by the measurements without ever changing and improving your methodology. It's like photograph, 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 photograph.
comparing
but
them to anything.
No analysis, so no comparison. It's a very strange thing to do. It's sort of almost insane.
If I take a picture of the red roof house, am I going to compare it to the Empire State Building?
No, you're going to compare it to another picture of the red roof house on a different day with different
That's what I
temperature
said.
data, etc. And you would have measurement.
I've already said that I did that. That was said like 20 minutes ago, boys.
Who knows what you're gonna take a picture of?
I said that 20 minutes ago, boys. Catch up.
Oh, okay. So 20 minutes ago is totally different.
But he's only going to compare it to his own photos. He won't compare it to other photos.
Correct.
Of what? Of what?
Yeah, why would you compare it to other
You're telling a
photos?
story. You're telling a story.
Hold on, Chris. Hold on, Chris. Hold on, Chris, please. Okay, listen,
Wait,
boys.
calling me Chris
Listen,
now?
listen. No, I said hold on, Chris. I said hold on, Chris. Okay, listen. I've asked this
Chris
question
Berry.
already of Erebus.
Must be an American thing.
I asked this question already of Erebus. What would you like me to compare my photograph to?
Conditions.
It would be photos of other things using similar conditions, or you can have the same, or you can have photos people have taken of the same thing that you have in different conditions.
Right, and I've already addressed that. If you want to rewind the tapes,
you said you're only going to use yours, not other people's.
No, I didn't say I'm not going to use other people's. That is not what I said.
You said you only use yours.
Yeah.
So you have to take sea surface temperatures and stuff like that? You've started recording that kind of stuff?
I have at different times. I don't do it on a consistent basis because I am not logging and recording that information at this point to make any conclusions.
I don't understand why you wouldn't try and go beyond just taking photographs. Because we all know that the ether band, the atmosphere, makes things move around. Now you got to try and characterize
So do I.
what that means. I mean, so there's no reason
so
to
do
keep
I.
photograph. That's actually repeating something that you already knew.
Yeah, I already know that the atmosphere makes things move around. And
So now you got to find out the why and the how.
I am also not sure. I'm not sure why you call yourself the Copernicus if you haven't actually tried to compare anything or verify anything. Like, how are you so sure about the outcome that you will be some kind of Copernicus when you haven't actually done it yet.
Yeah, I already talked to you guys yesterday about this, and this is the next step that I would have to take.
Cool.
Yeah.
I just told you about this yesterday, so it's only been a day, boys.
I'm not going to beat the dead horse, but it just seems like, doing this for 2 years and nothing has changed in those 2 years. It just basically, after your first month, pretty much everything.
Well, for example, in the last 2 years, have you figured out how weather occurs or how sunrise and sunset occurs? What have you learned in the last 2 years through your research specifically, and what was your data to suggest that was a flat Earth issue?
I'm in a bad spot right now, Bob. I didn't hear everything that you said, so I'm sorry. If you want, I can wait until I'm through this area because it's notorious for breaking up. So I'm going to go on mute. Okay.
Not a problem.
Okay. I'll be back.
Yeah,
So,
we
Bob-
got an issue there, Bob. Got an issue
So,
there, Bob.
when you looked at the video that he had out there, but I guess you were looking at the one that shows how gyro compasses don't work or something?
Yeah, it was 50 minutes long, and it consisted of him slowly, in a very low tone of voice, well below the volume of this meat, reading the Wikipedia article. But he reads things like it's a non-magnetic compass that gyroscopically uses the rotation of the Earth to find a direction on the Earth or another planet, I guess.
That sounds right.
So he literally read the definition of it. And I'm just kind of curious, does he know what direction it finds on Earth and why? And I don't know that he does. So I'm going to ask him about that specifically to explain how a gyro compass finds a direction on Earth gyroscopically. And then he went into, he read through a very extensive section on general gyroscopes and Sperry and things like that. And, it was a 50-minute video that I think had about 45 seconds of actual information in it.
Well,
and I actually looked through it real quick.
What does my head in, Bob, is when, flat earthers say that mechanical gyroscopes are more accurate than laser or optical gyroscopes. Like any of them. And I'm like, what? Are you
Really?
serious? Yeah.
Who said that?
And that's based on what?
Nothing.
Who
It's
said
based on
that?
nothing.
All
Who
right.
said that?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Bob said that. Subarats said that many times. So
They say that because they don't want to trust anything that's got a potential computer interference, and they know it's not sensitive enough.
What do you mean? Okay, so you're just like satisfying what they've just said.
Yeah, that's
so
I'm
you're
agreeing with
basically
you. They don't want
so
to use it for a
you-
number of reasons.
Okay, so you've asked a question, like who would say that an optical gyroscope is less sensitive than a mechanical gyroscope?
Somebody who either doesn't know better or has a reason to lie.
And now you're saying that a mechanical gyroscope, like, because of, like, they have to say it. Now you're saying that a mechanical gyroscope is more sensitive than an optical gyroscope.
I'm not saying that at all. I said it's less sensitive.
Okay, well, why'd you ask a question?
No, I'm telling you why. I'm telling you why flat earthers think that.
Okay.
I think it got I either misspoke somewhere in there, or you thought I was trying to defend their usage.
Yeah,
I wasn't trying to defend it. I was attacking their use of it.
Yeah, I'm looking at my phone. Don't know who's talking.
Rich, I think you should go make a cup of coffee.
Okay. Thanks, Terry.
You know, I think the point that was being made earlier is if you've been researching something for 2 years, you should have the answer to some fundamental questions about that. You know, like specifically, how does a sunrise and a sunset occur on a flat Earth? How does a trade wind trade wind occur on a flat Earth? These are these are basic things.
Well, a lot of the answers don't have anything to do with the ball or spin. Like trade winds is just high pressure, low pressure systems.
All the time?
And hurricanes are high pressure, low pressure. Yeah, all the time.
Okay, so the trade winds are always a high pressure, low pressure system. What sets that high pressure, low pressure system up? And why do they move specifically in the direction that they move?
Well,
on a flat Earth.
The way that they move within the system.
But why?
Yeah, especially when trade winds go from the southeast.
What sets up their vector?
Yeah.
What's their vector, Victor?
What's their vector, Victor? No, specifically, why in the United States here we have what they call the easterlies. The winds blow from the west to the east. Why? Why do they blow from the west to the east? And have for hundreds of years.
What is it called?
The westerlies? The prevailing westerlies? You know, I mean, the wind blows from the west to the east in the United States. Now, why does it
does
have
that in
that
Europe as
specific
well.
direction? Well, that's, you know why, right? Why would the wind blow the same way in Europe as the United States and have blown that direction for basically as long as we've been keeping weather data? Why from that direction on a flat Earth?
It says they originate from the high pressure areas in the horse latitudes and trend towards the poles and steer extratropical cyclones in this general manner.
Okay. So basically you're dealing with a high and a low pressure area to the north and the south of the United States and Europe. So why do the winds blow to the west?
Wait, you just said they blow from the west to the east.
From the
right?
west. Yeah. So if the high pressure and the low pressure is north and south, why are the winds blowing from the west to the east?
Well, what is your answer?
Bob, are you aware that
I'm not interested in my answer. I'm interested in the flat Earth.
Well, I told you.
I know what the answer is in my answer. I'm interested in what the research has shown in the flat Earth to demonstrate that.
Bob, it's high pressure and low pressure systems all around the world. It's why there's.
Okay, I'm gonna say this one more time. The high pressure and the low pressure is north and south of the trade winds. You know,
all around the world. Just want to point that out.
Why, if the pressure difference is north to south, why are the winds from west to east?
Okay, can I ask a question real quick?
No, I want an answer before anybody does.
Okay.
Don't talk fast. I can't understand you.
Who says the pressure systems are from north to south?
You just said the definition of it, and it's measurable.
So why do winds blow in all different directions all across the plane?
Temperature.
There's also a prevailing
local highs and lows, but I'm talking about prevailing westerlies that blow across the United States and Europe from the west, and this is the consistent wind pattern. Now you have little local variations here and there due to storms, but overall the wind blows from the west to the east. The pressure, high and low pressures are north and south, so why are the winds blowing from west to east?
Well, but at the equator they blow primarily from east to west.
I'm not interested in what the equator is. I specifically said the U.S. and Europe. Why do they blow?
Spinning ball.
Why do they blow from west to east on a flat Earth?
I told you. The pressure potential.
And the pressure is, look, either you're not listening or you're not comprehending. I said the high and the low pressure is on a north-south line. The winds blow from west to east. If it was just high pressure to low pressure, it would blow from north to south, right? So why Do they
why do you
blow
why
from
would you
west
assume
to
that?
east?
Why would you assume winds would only blow north to south?
Because they would go from high pressure to low pressure, right?
There's high pressure or low pressure all across the plane.
All right. How does the pressure at the poles compare to the pressure at the equator?
I don't know. Is it less?
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know anything at all? Do you know anything at all about weather patterns?
Well, I'm explaining to you weather patterns.
Well, then you know the difference between the equator and the poles and pressure. So go ahead
I'm
and tell us.
explaining why the wind patterns are the way they are. See, on a spinning ball, the wind patterns don't make sense because you have
don't talk about spinning ball, Chris.
Okay, we're not asking you about a spinning ball. I'm asking you if the high and low pressure is north to south, why do the winds blow from west to east?
Why do they blow from east to west?
I can give you an exact answer on that, but I'm not going to because I want to
No,
hear
I
it
wanna hear it.
from the flat Earth
So on a
aspect.
spinning ball moving west to east to west wind
Chris,
doesn't make sense.
stop diverting to the round Earth. We're talking about
Yeah.
flat Earth.
Yep, I want the flat Earth answer. How long have you been researching flat Earth? And if it's been more than 15 minutes, did this question come up before? Tell me why the winds blow from west to east when the pressure is from north to south.
Well, they also blow from east to west depending on where you are in the world.
All right, I'm gonna keep you on this. I'm talking specifically in the United States and Europe. You're gonna answer the question, or I'm gonna continue to answer it. I'm gonna continue to ask it. The winds blow from west to east here. Why?
I already gave you the answer, and you're just not accepting.
Yeah,
science.
he's already given you the answer, Bob. Yeah, he's already given you the answer. Yes, he has.
He hasn't even remotely given the answer. The high pressure and the low pressure are on the north to south line, and the winds blow from west to east. I want to know in the United States and Europe why it is from west
Do
to
they
east.
blow perfectly west to east, or are there some deviations in the pattern?
Overall, it's pretty much west to east. Yep.
No, there's definitely deviations. Some of it's north, some of it's south.
It's called the prevailing weather.
Do you know the difference between local weather and prevailing weather?
I'll read the answer again, and you can either accept the.
No, I don't want you to read an answer. I want you to tell me how this works on the flat Earth.
They originate from the high pressure areas of the horse latitudes and trend toward the
Where are
poles.
the horse latitudes?
Cyclones in this show manner.
Where are the horse latitudes?
Westerlies are strongest in the winter hemisphere and times when the pressure is lower over the poles, while they are weakest in the summer hemisphere and when pressures are higher over. I keep seeing the word pressure over.
Okay, so where are the horse latitudes?
Excuse me, gentlemen, just a quickie. Jose, could you let some people in, please? I think there's some people waiting, Jose, if you could let them in. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. Right now.
Are generally the same area of what you're talking about in the United States. And around that region, or that latitude.
Well, I can tell you that, we'll be on approach with a 20-knot tailwind. And at 3,000 feet, it'll turn into a 20-knot headwind. Why?
Okay, so you're not going to answer the question on the westerlies then, correct? You have no answer from the flat Earth as to why a high and a low pressure area north and south of each other would generate a wind going from the west to the east. You have no answer for that on the flat Earth, is what I'm hearing.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, great research
Try
there.
the wake of the sun.
Bob, are you saying generally there's a low pressure in the northern hemisphere and a low and a opposite in the southern? Is that what you're saying, Bob?
That wasn't remotely what he said.
No, not even close.
Do you want to take a crack at it, Montreal? If the high and the low pressure areas are on a north-south line, why do the winds blow from the west to the east?
First of all, you got to prove that there's a high and low pressure. What are you saying? You're saying in the northern hemisphere there's a higher.
Are you serious? You got to prove there's a high and low pressure? I mean, you can measure it.
I'm just asking
You
for clarity. That is all.
And it's not the north. It's not the north and the south hemispheres. He's referring to pole as you approach the equator.
No, he is referring to measuring a difference in pressure. You can measure that. Yes. Regardless of where you are, you can measure it.
Yeah, you're simply describing still the same phenomenon on either models.
No.
Exactly.
No. No, it's not. You can't claim that it's on
Yeah, it
both
could happen
sides.
on either model. When you go
No.
outside, you see wind blowing everywhere
It
from
actually
all
can't. It
directions. I
actually
don't
can't
get
happen on
this.
either model. It actually
Okay,
cannot
so
happen.
hold on. Let me jump in just real quick. Okay, so what I hear you saying when you say no, that's incorrect. What I hear you implying, or what I'm inferring from your answer, is there's another reason why the winds blow from west to east.
No.
That was not even remotely why I said no.
Yeah, he wants to hear the spin of the earth. That's what he wants to hear.
Right.
No.
The no is from the
It's-
assertion that
It's
it
due.
would work both
Okay,
ways.
so the wind initially, right, is due to temperature, but then its direction, like part of it, is due to the friction of the Earth. You know, so for example, in
The atmosphere is locked into the earth. It doesn't have friction.
no, the air is not fucking Velcro
Not what
to
you
the
just
Earth.
said. Travis, you're
The air
contradicting
is
yourself.
not Velcro to the Earth. No one has ever said that, ever. So I don't know why flat earthers try and say that.
Actually, you guys say that all the time. It's one of the reasons you say Coriolis doesn't happen in certain circumstances.
No, it's not Velcro to the Earth. Yes,
Well,
it
it's obviously
rotates
not.
with the
Yeah,
Earth.
I agree with
And
you.
I mean,
but you won't say
something that, like a thing that I would say would be
well,
like
then that's just semantics.
No, I would
No,
say is
let me
viscous.
jump in real quick.
What's your evidence that it rotates with the Earth?
Hold on, Chris. Let me jump in just real quick because a couple of weeks ago I was having this conversation on Jose's channel about Coriolis, and I was told the atmosphere is moving at the same rate as the Earth.
Yep.
Yeah.
Largely.
You were also told it's dynamic, and there is a difference between saying it moves along with the Earth and saying it's Velcroed to it.
Yeah, that's where your
Yes,
spin.
exactly.
Yeah, that's where your spin. Exactly. That's where your spin comes in, and you guys hedge your bets because you're describing a flat Earth. Yes.
That's
You're
where
describing a flat Earth.
perception comes in, and you start acting like a child.
I'm not acting like a child. I'm calling you.
Yes,
guys
you
out
are.
on your shit.
You're being very
No.
sure.
So okay. So let's say like no globe earther has ever said that the atmosphere is Velcroed to the Earth. But every single flat earther
They say it
says
all the time.
that it's Velcro to the Earth. But we've never said that.
Okay, but then that means that there's a breakdown in communication. If that is
Yes, you do. This is where the double speak comes in. This is where you change it.
Right?
Montreal, I'm not convinced
Okay.
you understand English half the time. It's not
Who,
double
me?
speak. No, Montreal.
Listen, there's yes, it is. You guys are talking out of both sides of your mouth. Yes, it's double speak.
It's really
like,
not. Every
okay,
time
so,
someone
but
asks this
what
question,
does happen? Like, okay, if I was going to call it anything, I would call it a viscous couple between the Earth and the atmosphere. That's the closest thing. A viscous couple is the closest thing that I could, put something that I know how it works to the Earth and its atmosphere. Do you know what a viscous couple is?
Are you sure you're not talking about the
Yes,
eighth
yes,
man that holds the
works great in
atmosphere
the
to the ball?
Listen. You guys are talking
Good
over
analogy.
each other. Who are you asking the question about the viscous whatsy-whoosy?
Well, you'll do.
Okay, yeah, I was going to ask you.
So do you know what a viscous couple is?
No, I do not.
Okay, so, but would you think that any globe earther thinks that or would say that the atmosphere is Velcroed to the Earth?
That was my understanding based on my debate that I had a couple weeks ago on Jose's channel about Coriolis. Yes.
Okay, so you're putting words in somebody else's mouth. Then.
Yeah.
No,
And,
no.
and,
Okay,
I
stop.
was in that chat, and people repeatedly said in a simplistic term, yes, we talk about the atmosphere and the Earth from the same point of reference. But it's a dynamic system where we have lots of variations. Otherwise, we wouldn't have wind. Was actually said by me in that hangout.
I can verify because I was in that hangout.
So you obviously just want to take one side of it that suits a narrative and reject the full statement that has been made, and then make claims against it, and that's pissing me off.
No,
That's
no.
why Russia
Because,
got
called it.
okay.
I'm not sure whether we
listen
would call it
listen,
straw
hold
manning or
on.
cherry picking at this point.
No, no.
No, but
No.
I mean, like,
I don't know. You want to ask him about gyro compasses yet?
No, we'll get there, Bob.
All right,
I
I'm going to go
don't
to
want,
coffee. I'll be back.
I want to go to gyro compasses as well, Bob. But like, you know, to be honest, you know, like if we are sitting here talking about like no one has ever said that the atmosphere is Velcro to the globe.
Atmosphere-
No one has ever said that.
Atmosphere is composed of air. Air is a gas that sometimes behaves as a fluid.
Right.
And for the most
Yes,
part, and the fluid has any fluid has a viscosity to it.
Okay.
And,
yes.
and because of
So,
viscosity, there is friction. Period.
Exactly. Right. So the rate at which, you know, the rate of change from close to, like, depending on where you are, you know, the rate of change in the wind direction does actually change, like, due to
Okay.
the surface friction of the Earth.
Right. So let me jump in real quick, because what I hear you saying is, or what an inference that I'm drawing from what you're saying is that there would be deviation.
Travis, you can't
then.
use inference. You've already said you can't do that.
No, okay. That
He's
is
happy
a
using inference.
load.
He said that
That
yesterday, that he was happy using
a
it.
load of shit. I have never said you cannot make inferences. I have never said that.
Yeah, in fact, he actually said yesterday that he disagreed with, I think, Quantum Eraser over that point.
That's correct.
About
That's
inference.
correct.
I do
Yeah.
really listen to what
So
people
why don't
say.
you
Travis.
why don't you not interrupt me and let me please finish my point. My point is that if the Earth is moving underneath the wind because the wind is experiencing friction with the surface of the Earth, you are going to have deviation.
Yeah.
Right, which is why if you go up in the air in a helicopter, the Earth is going to continue to move underneath the helicopter.
No,
That's
not
correct.
at all. No.
Yes. Here's where the doublespeak comes in.
What the hell kind
Like
of sequitur was
okay, so on the eastern coast of Australia, the thing is with every 1,000 feet, all right, the wind backs by 30 degrees and doubles its wind speed, right? And that's purely because of
Are you still talking, or are you dropped off? I can't hear anything.
His batteries went out.
Sorry. And that's purely because of surface friction, right? So on the east coast of Australia...
Can you validate that? Can you validate that claim, please?
Can I validate it?
Right, you just made a claim that the wind dynamic...
You want me to go and fly an airplane on the east coast of Australia?
No, sir. No, sir.
And make a holding pattern?
Sir. You made a claim that the dynamic description of the wind was due to surface friction. I'm simply asking you to validate that.
It's an interesting double standard there.
Well,
of course you can.
It works. It works.
The validation.
Okay, hold on.
That it works,
What works?
like, because I've been in a holding pattern and used
All you're describing.
I've been in a holding pattern in an airplane on the east coast of Australia and used triple drift using that, and it worked.
All you're doing is describing the dynamic of wind. You're not proving the Earth is spinning.
I would ask you to validate that that's the dynamic of wind.
But because in the
Don't try to reverse the
in the
burden on me.
southern hemisphere.
No, You still
In the
haven't
southern-
satisfied the
in
burden
the
of your
southern-
ether ban.
in the
So
southern hemisphere,
Actually, I'm
as
not
you
really sure why
increase-
you're inserting yourself in this conversation. So whoever's talking, just keep back, please. I'm talking with this gentleman from Australia.
no, fuck you. You
In
insert
the
yourself
southern-
in everything anyway.
In the southern hemisphere, if you increase your altitude, then the wind backs, and it does. And you can get weather maps that show this.
Yeah,
You
I'm
know,
not
so-
disagreeing. I don't disagree that you're describing the dynamic of wind. Yeah, I agree with that.
Right. So what's your problem?
Okay. You're attributing that to the friction of the Earth.
Well, it makes sense because
know
it
it
does
makes
the
sense.
opposite. It does the okay. It makes sense.
Yeah,
So
but
we're-
you can't prove it.
So we're
You can't
finished.
prove it.
So we're finished talking.
No, you can't.
Excuse me, guys. Jose, can you let George in, please, if he tries again? Thank you.
So the problem I've got with this is, in a hangout we can't prove it, plain truth. I'm sure we could go and dig up some nice papers that you won't read, and probably wouldn't understand, to be
There's
frank.
no need. There's no need to project on me. No need.
Will you shut the fuck up and let someone finish a sentence without over talking them? Just
No,
one.
I won't shut the fuck up when you project on me. No, I won't.
Okay, well, the problem you've got here is you're trying to question something that is established science. So when you try and challenge something that's established science, you bring something that falsifies it. You have the burden of proof.
No, I don't.
Yes, you fucking do.
No, I fucking don't.
You know why you fucking do? Because the preponderance of evidence is not on your side. We have a dynamic that has been tested, and now you're trying to challenge that dynamic. So you have to bring something to the table to actually say, this is why I disagree with this point of view, and here's some data to actually substantiate that.
Yeah.
Which is something you don't do, because the only thing you're doing is making observations.
You have a narrative and a description of what you interpret.
That's your belief. Stop projecting, man.
Hey guys, I cannot look into this call. I gotta keep my phone on the pocket. So if anybody wanna join, you gotta let me know in real time. If somebody tell you in chat like, "Yeah, I'm trying to join," then I'll pull my phone out so I can let people in because I cannot hold it anymore.
Can you let George in, please?
I've been holding my phone for the past 5 minutes and nobody's trying to join. So I'm gonna put it back in my pocket. Let me know when they're actually trying to join.
Yeah.
So George, my man, try again.
All we're talking about, again, we're talking about the dynamic interpretation of natural phenomena on the Earth, right?
Did you just say the dynamic interpretation?
Right, we're interpreting a dynamic system. Yeah, it's a dynamic interpretation.
That's not the
That we've
same.
observed.
That's the wrong word for the meaning you want.
We've been measuring for over 300 years.
Yeah,
That
but
we
you're
have a huge amount of data with a very strong theory sitting behind it. So
very strong theory, right? A theory,
what have
right?
you got to challenge that?
Oh, did he just pull the "it's only a theory" fallacy?
Yeah, he did.
That's impressive. Kudos. I haven't heard that one in months.
Look, just because you guys have catchphrases, just because you guys have little catchphrases that you can throw back in our direction does negate the argument that we're bringing, and that is we're not satisfied.
I said
with
months
your
ago.
You're not bringing any evidence of substantiate
I
anything.
don't have to prove anything to you.
Then fine.
You have to
Then
prove your claim.
it is unless you can disprove it.
I'm asking you to prove your case. You haven't.
We're not here to educate you, dude.
Because the case is proven beyond reasonable doubt, and we accept that. So if you don't, fucking bring something to the table that demonstrates the incorrectness of our belief.
I said months
bring it
ago
with
that every
evidence.
time a flat earther says just a theory, I'm going to kill a puppy. So Travis, that puppy's blood is on your hands.
It's just a theory.
This is a
Now there's
a
two dead
recurring
puppies.
problem. A recurring problem, Travis.
Just a theory.
You keep saying I don't need to measure anything. I don't have to make my findings testable or falsifiable. I don't have to do that. If you're trying to, you're saying you're the next Copernicus. If you're trying to overturn accepted science, you do have to
Why
measure
are you
stuff.
bringing
You do
up
have to
something?
provide evidence.
Okay, I've already addressed this, John. I've already addressed this like an hour ago. So go back
Well,
and listen to those tapes again, Johnny.
I've been listening.
Yeah,
You
well,
say it. You
obviously
say it
not.
all the time.
Obviously
You
not.
say it all the time. You
What
say
do I?
it all
What
the
do
time.
I say? What do I say all the time?
You say it all the time. I don't have to do that. I don't have to. I don't have to provide proof. The burden of proof's not on me. It is on you.
I also No, I'm not talking about addressing your claims. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about.
We don't make claims.
Yeah, you do.
You're the one that's making baseless claims.
No, the Australian that was just describing the wind patterns in Australia. That's a claim.
That's just a description.
That's me.
So your claim that this it's not our understanding of atmospheric refraction. It's an ether band. That's a claim, and you don't have any evidence to back that up at all. Is that okay?
Have evidence, right? I do have evidence. I have not
You
formulated that.
you have photographs. You have photographs that you haven't even analyzed.
Yeah, I was still talking.
Right, plain truth. Like, I was talking to you before, so let's talk now. Let's go.
What would you like to say?
Well, what would you like to say?
You're the one that just inserted yourself in this conversation. I was talking to John, and you jumped in.
Okay, sorry,
I've just
John.
put out a quick lyric from the new Ether Band album, or Aether Band, just to keep Alan happy, which is old. This argument is getting old.
Yeah, the Ether Band's opening up for Aerosmith this weekend, I heard.
And I wouldn't like to be breathing in this ether when I'm walking around. It wouldn't be good for me, would it?
Well,
it can cause syncopal episodes, yeah.
Is ether a carcinogen?
Yeah, it's something similar, I know.
Well, if it's got ozone in it, I think it is. Yeah.
Well,
It might not be- I don't think it's good
the
for
US
me.
won't do anything about it, but maybe some of the other countries are concerned about ether.
As a silly side point, there's actually a Finnish metal band that's starting, and they picked the name Flat Earth. I don't know why. I don't think any of the guys are flat earthers. They missed a really big chance calling themselves the Ether Band. I think that would have been much cooler.
Hey, I've got a question for all the flat Earth researchers out there. When the sun rises, why does the top of a mountain get the sun first, and then the sun comes down to the base of the mountain? Any idea on that on the flat Earth?
Because reasons.
Yeah, reasons, Bob.
Well, yeah, I know it's reasons, but I want to hear those reasons. So, Travis, would you like to take a shot at that? Why at sunrise does the top of the mountain get light first and then work its way down? You've done research for 2 years.
Yeah, Bob, I've already described to you what my research has entailed, and I have not looked into the description that you're talking about. So,
you got no hypothesis
you
of
want to
why?
take a crack at it, Chief?
I'm not going to make shit up right now, Bob. Okay, I'm not.
Like shit up every day. Why would right now be any different?
He's taking a break.
Take a wild guess at why. I'll
Plain
listen.
truth. Don't get upset at Bob. I'm still here.
Yeah.
Montreal, you want to try and tell me why the sunlight starts at the top of the mountain and works its way down at dawn?
It's the opposite of why we see things disappear from the bottom up.
It makes no sense.
that doesn't help.
It does. It does. If you have a higher point, the light is going to hit that higher point first.
How does that work with airplanes?
Yeah, exactly.
Or clouds?
Okay, hold on. You're now bringing in something else. Let's not move away from the mountain, okay?
Okay.
My answer is based on my understanding of reversing the way that we see things when it moves into the distance. If I am
just reverse.
So is there a superior ether
Okay,
band?
hold on. Listen, guys, listen. If you guys want an honest interaction with this, then just let me talk with one person.
Travis, you haven't been honest a day in your life.
Just let me have a conversation with one person, even if it's Bob.
Okay, so tell me specifically why.
That's not fair.
Tell me specifically why the mountaintop gets sunlight first and then it moves down.
It's the same reason why when I move closer to an object that I can't see in the distance, why I see it from the top first. Same reason.
Okay, why would it be the same reason? I mean, how are they similar? Let me put it that way.
Because you're dealing with height.
What?
Right? You're dealing.
What the fuck does that mean?
You change your height closer to sun?
The height of the mountain. It must be because of the height of the mountain, because it's higher.
That's right.
And
that's right.
So is the ether band in the dark area of the mountain or in the light area of the mountain when just the mountaintop is lit up?
Yes, Bob.
And what happens if you turn your camera upside down?
You know what's amazing is when someone is trying to have an honest conversation with you, and you guys mock and joke and jest. That doesn't accomplish.
You're not trying to have an honest conversation. If you were, you would actually try to quantify what you're doing. Unfortunately, you just ad hoc shit, and then whenever something comes up, you can't understand. You either don't understand or cannot comprehend in your model. You just immediately toss it away and say it must be because I'm right, and then you don't have to validate.
Show me where I've done that. Show me where I've done that.
You just did it.
And don't generalize everybody in the chat doing the same thing. I'm trying to ask genuine questions. I'd like genuine answers.
Okay, who are you talking about by generalization? Are you talking to me?
You generalized about the people in the panel.
How? Can you explain? I don't understand what you mean.
No, it's an obfuscation. Just get back to the subject.
You know what?
Okay.
You know
so
what
you don't want to answer the
no,
question.
No,
you don't have an answer for the question on the mountain.
No, I'm talking with. Okay, I do have an answer. I answered it already, Bob. But the guy that just accused me of generalization. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm asking you for a demonstration of how I generalize something, just so I can understand.
I got one for that. I got one for that. You globe earthers believe that. Then you say something, which you've done a lot. That's a hasty generalization.
You accuse everybody of double speak as well.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you accuse all globers of double speak. You've done that on here earlier today.
Okay, listen.
And you just accused everyone of laughing at you because I laughed at you.
To be fair, I'll laugh at him
generalization? Is that enough generalization for you? You want to go back to playing the game for real?
No, because I can't rewind the tape and challenge what you're saying. But I did not make.
God, your memory sucks.
I was addressing.
We don't use tape anymore, by the way.
I was addressing the issue of the conversation in this hangout
Travis,
right now.
If you really want to know, you can rewind the tapes.
So
I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
All right. So,
I'm well aware that you don't want to know.
But I am going to make a clarification.
Talking over each other.
Children, let me make this qualification real quick. When I ask for clarification, it's not obfuscation, okay?
Okay, so you don't have an answer to that. Let's go to something that you obviously know a great deal about.
Question, Bob. I answered your question, Bob.
Gyroscope. Let's do your gyroscope.
I answered your question, Bob.
Travis, you said it's the same thing to me as if we move towards something. That's not an answer.
That's okay.
Describe why the light strikes the top of the mountain. What's preventing the light from striking the bottom of the mountain?
It's the same thing. If you think
What's
about
the same thing?
Yeah, sun. Okay, I'm trying to talk. I'm trying to talk.
All right, Travis. All
If
right,
you
now
consider the
answer the
sun
question
as an
very specifically. Tell me why the top of the mountain is lit and the bottom of the mountain is not. Same sun, same earth. Tell me why only the top is lit and the bottom is not. Just give me an answer.
Earth curvature.
I say Travis,
which is the
not
correct
Travis.
answer, but I want to hear Travis's answer.
Yeah, let him say it again.
As the sun is approaching that object, it's going to hit the highest peak first.
I'm sorry.
Why?
How far is the sun?
We still need to know why it does that. Travis is just saying
why?
it does. Why does it do that?
Why would it do that as it approached? Why would it hit the top before the bottom if it's the same distance from both?
Yeah, you told him what, but he asked you why.
No, I thought he said, why does the sun do that?
I
Yes,
did.
he said why. You gave it
Very
why.
specifically, the sun is the same distance from the top and the bottom of the mountain, other than the width of the mountain, of course. So why would that sun only hit on the top of the mountain rather than the bottom of the mountain if they're the same distance away?
Again, my analogy or association would be the same as our vision works. When we approach an object in the distance, we see the top first.
That doesn't answer why.
Okay, Travis.
It does for me.
Didn't answer the question.
All right, now I'm going to ask you one more time, Travis, and then we're going to just declare that you didn't know.
Okay,
The
great.
sun is
That's
in the air.
A fantastic hung jury. Thank you. Great.
The sun is in the air above the mountain. Can you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so the sun is clearly above the mountain. So the mountain top and the mountain bottom are the same distance from the sun, which is looking down on them. So why is just the top lit up and the bottom is not? It's not blocked by anything. It's coming down from the top.
It's blocked by the same thing that blocks our vision of a distant object when we can't resolve the bottom, but we can resolve the top, Bob.
And what is that that's blocking it?
The ether band, Bob. The atmosphere.
Take a drink.
Yeah. So
you really didn't just say ether band.
I hope I'm not breathing in this ether. It doesn't sound good to me.
Well, when you make an observation and you can't see, for example, a boat from the bottom, if you raise your elevation, you can. The sun is already at the sun is at elevation. So what's stopping the light?
But at distance, it's the distance, Al.
It's the same distance to the top of the mountain and the bottom of the mountain to the sun.
Actually, if you're being technical about it, the bottom of the mountain would be closer.
I can't hear anybody. I'm sorry. I can't hear anybody.
Other than the width of the mountain, the distance from the sun to the top of the mountain and the bottom of the mountain is the same. So tell me again, what's blocking it?
The atmosphere, Bob.
So the atmosphere blocks at random angles?
I haven't gotten into that technical aspect of doing this work, Al.
Okay, so that wasn't part of the 2 years worth of research. Do you want to talk about your gyroscope
Only after you
video,
watch
your 50-minute gyroscope video?
Yeah.
Hang on just a second, Bob.
Only after you've watched the entire video, and you can correspond through email, Bob. I'm not going to discuss it with you on air right now.
Look, he's limiting the discourse. How nice.
Of course not.
How?
No,
Hold on, Alan
hold
wants to speak.
hold on.
Wait.
Hold on, Alan wants to talk.
Wait.
Stop talking.
No, you.
Hold on.
Alan wants to talk. Alan wants to talk. Alan wants to talk. He has superiority over you.
There's a clear quality.
Excuse me, Alan has superiority over you.
Okay, Terry, so I just muted him because he just wouldn't stop. I don't want to change the subject too much just now, but I just wanted to share a little bit, 20-second video of a sunrise that I recorded at 600 speed just this weekend. And I would like some comments on it because
Well, you did it. I'm jealous because I wanted to do that.
The only person that stopped you was you.
I haven't got a camera.
Yeah, the only person stopping you getting a camera is you.
Can people see this outside or not, or are you just seeing the white screen? What about YouTube? Well,
it's really showing the ether.
For some reason, OBS is just sending them a white screen.
Oh.
Bugger.
Yeah, it is too.
It is, yes.
If if I'd have had it, I would have shared it for you.
Oh, for God's sakes, stop changing the subject, VLC. I apologise to everybody outside. Yes, I know you guys only see white, but it's going to.
I saw the sunrise.
I saw it.
Yeah, I know you did.
And I got a question for Bob too.
Answer's 42, Harry.
42. No, I know that's always the answer. No, I just wanted to. I just hopped back in for a second. I want to see if I've got this right. Travis is saying that something he can't see, feel, taste, or touch that he just made up a name for does magic things to our ability to see stuff, and he has no explanation for why that happens. Is that about right?
I think I pretty
Yeah,
much
sounds about right. You covered it, yeah.
Okay.
And then he doesn't have to validate
according
it
to
either.
you, Big Blue. According
What's
to
a
you,
perfect
You don't have
description?
to validate it, so what's the point of it?
Thanks for summarising all that because I thought I was going to get a headache.
Do you have any imaginary friends to go along with it, Travis?
Yeah, his name's Big Blue.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, if you're thinking he's your friend, you are imagining something.
I think all you've done, Travis, is invent a new name for flare perspective.
That's exactly what he's doing.
It's the Travis sphere. I told you guys.
Okay.
It's a Travis sphere.
hang-
We're going to call it that. Travis, do you ever get
Okay,
embarrassed
I
by
think
any of this?
I
mean,
think I
have you
have
ever said
fixed
that you
it.
didn't know something or were wrong?
Okay, Alan.
Sorry?
Hope so.
Sorry, what?
I think I've fixed it. For those on the outside, you are going to see it too.
Oh, we'll wait and see. Here it comes.
Yeah, then I want to hear the answer to that question, Travis. Have you ever felt embarrassed about preaching? Maybe it's a strong word, but preaching the flat earth, thing. Have you ever felt embarrassed? But let Alan present first. Think about it, Travis.
Here it is. It's showing now, Alan. You're right. Was showing. Yep, there it goes.
Let's play that again.
Yeah, it's going.
Of course, this one has also got added chemtrails.
That's just the dressing on the salad.
Yeah. Some added chemtrails.
Wait a minute. Hey, Alan, the stars are going the wrong way.
There we go.
Yeah.
Very nice, Alan.
So, yeah, what about the sun coming up the bottom of the clouds? The sunlight coming up the bottom of the clouds. Do we have any reason why that might be?
There's something blocking it, I reckon.
Well, it's the same reason the top of the mountain gets lit first. Because clouds confuse them too much. That's why I use the mountain.
Yeah,
but
I didn't have a video that I had shot of sunrise coming up a mountain, so I used the next best thing because I haven't got any big hills. I haven't even got any hills here in Norfolk.
Yeah, I got my mountain right next to me, and I want to get that shot one day.
Alan, or somebody else who wants to present, you could go to Where's Wally's channel and check out, I think it's his latest video where he shows lenticular clouds lit up from underneath.
Oh yeah, that was a great one.
Really nice.
I want to know why the constellation.
I think I've already got that.
The constellation of Auriga just kind of disappeared.
The last one of Where's Wally?
Yeah, I think it's his most recent video.
Oh, okay. I'll just pause it through to the the ones on top of the mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll just share the image. That makes it easier.
Oh. Isn't that absolutely fantastic? Now tell me, guys, how does the light get under that top cloud? Chris, Montreal, Travis, how's the light get under the top cloud there?
Those self-illuminating clouds.
Have we lost them all?
No response
That's a
from the
great
flat
pick.
Earth again. What a surprise.
They're spaceships.
Hey, Montreal. What do you think?
That's a great pick, whoever took that.
All right. Yeah, it is a beautiful pic. So tell me, how come the bottom side of that top cloud is red and the underside of the bottom cloud is red kind of around the ring there a little bit?
I have no clue, Bob. I'm not going to speak to something I don't know about.
All right. Well, you know how light works. How would you shine a flashlight on that to make that happen?
Like I said, I'm not going to speak to something I don't know about.
All right. Is it possible for that to occur if the sun is above that top cloud?
It would not appear to me. I would say no to that. Just like
All right.
that offhand.
Would you agree, Montreal, that the sun would have to be shining from below the bottom of that top cloud at a lower altitude than the bottom of that top cloud?
It would appear so unless it could bounce off the mountain. It would appear so, yes.
Okay. So
It would be having to bounce off the mountain through another cloud, though.
yeah. Yeah,
True. That would be hard, yeah.
Okay. So would you agree with me that the only way that the sun could possibly do that is if it was at an altitude between the bottom of the top cloud and at most the top of the bottom cloud?
I would have to give you that, yes. Without examining it further, just looking at it now, yes, I would have to say you're right on that.
Okay. Can you think of a way that that could occur on the flat Earth?
I don't think flat or round has anything to do with that.
Oh, round most definitely has something to do with it. Is it possible, with the sun being higher than the cloud, for that to occur?
I would say no.
Okay. So that right there is a flat Earth disproving image. It's not possible on a flat Earth.
I won't give you that, Bob. I'll give you everything else, but I won't conclude that it means that until I check it further. But so far, I'll have to concede that you're right on what you're saying.
All right. Montreal, I've got to tell you something, that is the most intellectually honest answer I've ever heard out of a flat earther. And if you'll look into it further, we can discuss it further another time, but I do appreciate you saying that because it's pretty clear-cut evidence, and at least you recognize that that would require a little bit of thought to try and figure out how it could possibly happen on a flat Earth. But it's pretty clear how it can happen on a globe Earth. Would you agree with that?
It would appear so, but you see my honesty? I'm being honest with you. Unlike what you guys were doing with the spheroid and the pear shape, you wouldn't let me talk. You see, I'm admitting that something looks the way you're saying, but you guys look at a picture of a perfectly round sphere, and you hear a scientist say it's an oblique spheroid, it's pear-shaped, and you won't even concede that it doesn't even look. You see the difference here, Bob?
Well, Montreal, do you realize that you
I
can't
do
discern the
absolutely
difference?
see your honesty here, but I think that you're also missing the boat on the other one. We showed you that there was a difference between the north-south and the east-west diameter of the Earth.
No, with all due respect, Bob, all you showed was CGI pictures. Let's be honest now. Cartoons.
No, I don't think so. But
yeah, you know I'm right, Bob. You know I'm right.
Wait a minute. See the photograph that you've just been discussing? Is it fake?
No, that's not fake. It's obvious that's not fake.
It uses the same technology to produce it.
Look, I'm not an expert on this. I'm just going by visually. We're just talking now. We're not examining stuff. That picture on the clouds looks real to me. I could be wrong. It could have been manipulated.
My point.
But I can
And
certainly tell you the picture that you showed of the Earth was CGI, 100%.
Then why would
right,
you
the
say
Montreal.
you know that's CGI? That's what is a disingenuous statement.
Montreal, for that we can use an amateur photograph of Jupiter, and and you can tell that it's not perfectly spherical.
I've got an image of Jupiter with a square around it. If you wanted me to present that.
Well, I was going to
Sure.
just go to the next. I was just going to go to the next image in this video that's to do with the same principle of the sun being at a certain angle to cause a shadow that wouldn't happen on a flat Earth. So the sun rising at the horizon. These people are obviously elevated going by the outside topography that they're higher up in the building. And as the camera pans around, there's a shadow on the wall at the behind them. Trying to get the best image. There. The shadowing of the people that are standing at the window with their silhouette. Now,
Notice too that they're higher than that person standing there.
Yeah, there's the person's height here.
Oh.
And the shadowing is above them. Now that's I couldn't explain that on a flat Earth. How could the sun be lower? How could the sun be lower?
That mandates that the sun is lower than the observation deck.
Or it's bouncing sun rays off the Earth due to the Earth's high albedo.
Oh, look, jeez.
It's the regolith. It's the regolith dress.
I watched your gyroscope video. It was very interesting.
Now, the other thing, too, is I think that you'll find that that was not a sunrise. That was a sunset, which means that it's pointing west over farmland and the Appalachian Mountains, not the Atlantic Ocean.
Okay, I didn't know where it was.
Dress, sorry to cut you guys off. Which gyroscope video are you referring to, Dress?
Travis's Plain Truth.
Okay.
Can I bring up this Jupiter with a square around it?
Okay. I'll stop sharing.
Are you shearing?
I was.
Stop
sharing now.
I didn't hear the sheep in the background.
Bah!
That's an Australian joke if I ever heard one.
I'm not Kiwi, Bob. Look, don't start that.
Oh, they got sheep there too. Kiwis.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's a matter of fact, actually, we have more sheep than New Zealand.
Well, you got a little bit more space as well, to be fair.
Oh, yeah. Can't help that.
In fact, actually, there was an Aussie guy driving down through the South Island of New Zealand, and he sees a guy basically, having his way with a sheep. And he said, "Are you shearing, mate?" He said, "No, I'm not shearing it with anybody."
Oh, that's bad.
That's Welsh.
Can you see that in Montreal? Montreal?
Yes, I can. Yep.
So I drew a perfect square around that, and then highlighted it with those white lines. So Jupiter is
an oblate spheroid.
And the reason for that is because it rotates at once every 10 hours, and Saturn is much the same.
Oh, do you mean because it rotates faster? Okay.
Centrifugal force is one of the factors, yeah.
Well,
yeah.
So how about the pear shape? How about the pear shape comment? Slightly chubbier on the bottom than it is on the top. I don't see that in any picture.
That's because there's more water on the bottom than there is on the top.
So shouldn't we be able to see it visually, Dress?
No, it's about you're talking the difference of degrees or points of degrees of difference. It is so tiny.
Like on my first diagram, you look at the Earth before you manipulate the image by dividing it. you'd swear it was a circle, same as that image of the planet there. You'd
Yeah.
swear that was a circle before
If
you
that
put the
box was
square in.
around it, I would think it was a circle. And
But
the
the,
variance on Jupiter is about 10% of the equator or something, isn't it, John?
10%
looks like
10% of the radius, yeah.
That's a lot more than Earth. Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
Montreal,
it's only about 2 or 3, I think, but I'm not sure, so I'm not going to commit to that.
But
do you know the difference of the? Do you know the difference in diameter of the Tropic of Capricorn versus the Tropic of Cancer if the Earth is pear-shaped?
Of course, let me whip out my calculator.
Go right
Isn't
ahead.
it between, isn't it between that difference of what I showed on my image? It's in between that amount.
Yeah, but you see, if the southern, the southern hemisphere has a little bit more water, as you said, so that there's a little bit more of a bulge down in the southern hemisphere because there's less land. So the difference in the diameter in the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer is probably just a handful of miles because of that slight difference. And how I'd like to know how he's going to visually observe that on a sphere of 8,000 miles diameter.
I mean, it's similar to what's called the Mr. Creosote effect when you add a wafer thin mint.
But the reason why I brought
I've
this,
got a Welshman joke for y'all. Actually, now I think about it.
Actually, I've got a question. Sorry, I've just got a very quick question to Bob on one of the housekeeping questions. When you're asking one question, do you mean African or European when you're asking that question, or is that actually the correct answer?
Actually, yes. I'm not specifying African or European. The question is, how would you figure out the average airspeed of an undulating swallow?
They do
And it
actually
doesn't
have
matter if
different
it's African or
airspeeds.
European. I have the answer for both.
Sweet.
Yeah, the European swallow actually flies a little faster than the African swallow, and its average airspeed is somewhere between 9 and 15 meters per second, whereas the African swallow is about 6 to 8 meters per second, because people have actually measured these things.
Sure. Do you think that's due to the difference in the aether level between the northern and the southern hemisphere?
No, hawks
Depends on how high they're flying.
What about a laden swallow?
So that settles it then. The Earth is round.
What about a pair of swallows carrying a coconut on a line between them?
It flies faster because the prey's chasing it.
All right, so guys, how do Welshmen find sheep in tall grass?
Brilliant, Barrett.
Quite satisfying.
Okay, I have the worst sheep joke. And I now have to tell it.
Hey, Bryant, you know that the host here is a Welshman, don't you?
I'm so sorry, Alan.
Okay,
Alan,
go.
all right.
Okay.
I think the
Alan,
Welsh
you're
are
going
great.
to like this joke. You're going to like this joke a lot. So basically, there's an inspector from the Ministry of Agriculture's Food and Fisheries, and he's doing an observed survey with methodology, because obviously we want to collect good data and results because we know how to do these things. Around bestiality within the farming community. So, he's got the National Farmers Union on board, he's got Eastern County Farmers on board, and so on. So he starts off in Scotland and he says, yeah, how do you fuck your sheep? And he goes, well, I put the back legs in the wellies, I put the front legs over a fence. Off I go. Great time for all. You're echoing me, Sean, sorry. And then he goes to Wales and gets the same answer. He goes to Cornwall and gets the same answer. Eventually, he goes to the deepest, darkest parts of East Anglia, otherwise known as the Saints. And he goes to the farm there. I said, so how do you fuck your sheep? And he said, well, I put the back legs in my wellies and the front legs over my shoulders. And he goes, over your shoulders? Why is that? He said, don't want to miss out on the kiss, and that's the best bit. I actually thought that would get a better result, but I did speed it up, not to take the mic for 5 minutes.
Alan said he wants more sheep jokes.
I think that's enough sheep jokes.
Actually, that's a great joke. You can tell it anywhere in the world and insult whoever you want.
Yeah.
Alan, I highly suggest you do watch Rod Gilbert. I think one of the intros to his shows is, "Hi, I'm Rod. I'm from Wales," and then suddenly someone cheers in the back. He says, "Oh, are you from Wales too?" He goes, "No, boyo, you are," because nobody wants to be a Welshman. No one cheers and punches the air when they're Welsh.
I had a quick flick through Travis's gyroscope video.
Yeah. Did you find anything interesting?
I just put a comment in the video. I said, sorry, your knowledge on this topic is awful. How can you draw conclusions without an understanding?
So you're saying it fits the Riley criteria?
Fits the quantum eraser criteria.
It's interesting.
Yeah, I mean,
on a couple of the Skype groups, he was actually trying to. He got he posted a picture of him trying to edit the article. Said he was blocked. He got blocked from trying to edit it.
Did you guys see the video that I posted on the gyro compass?
I have not. I'll have to go look at that. Is it still just Montreal like your name?
Yep. It's on my my YouTube page. Don't laugh. It's nothing really special, but on my videos you'll see it there. It clearly states that a gyro compass can be manipulated to point in any cardinal direction. That's Bob challenged me, and I checked it out, and you guys could see it for yourself. The gyro compass.
You know how you do that?
Yeah, I do.
Because you're not actually changing the cardinal direction it processes to, are you?
You surely are. You guys see my video, and I'm telling you, it's going to be very clear.
I'll actually go and watch that. That sounds interesting.
It's like 20 minutes. It's a bit long, but you'll find it. You guys are going to be blown away on this, I'm telling you.
Don't worry, I've just watched nearly 40 minutes of Travis's video, the first 20 minutes of which was talking about the history of the gyroscope.
I'm going to check that one out too. I'm not sure. I'm going to go on his page and I'm going to check that one out too. So next time we could be on the same, but check mine out. You're going to see it's truly amazing. It clearly states how they started it, how they use mercury ballast to keep it balanced. It's truly a work of art. Anybody that's a gadget freak like Carlos will trip out on this. It's like it puts your jaw to the floor.
Montreal, I am. When I search for Montreal, all I see is stuff on the city, I'm afraid. Is there any chance that you can post a channel link or a link to the video in the chat,
Montreal.
in the text?
Yeah, you could do that, or you could just type something into the YouTube chat and anybody can click on your name and go to your channel.
Okay, I can't. Okay, give me a couple of minutes. I'll do that.
That's usually the easiest way.
I would suggest if you use the term Montreal and gyro compass, you're probably going to get a result. I haven't even tried yet.
No. Oh, you get results. You just don't necessarily get the one you're wanting.
If you give me a couple of minutes, I'll post it. I'll find it on my computer and I'll post it on the side chat.
Or just put your name in there. We can search your channels through your name.
It's all right. I'm going to find it now. It's a challenge.
Bear with me. I'm just putting up my computer, and I'll do it in about a minute.
No worries, man. Take your time. I'm sitting here trying to figure out what I'm going to do for lunch.
I had the
a bacon sandwich.
I did worse than that. I did a bacon and an egg sandwich.
Make sure it's Canadian bacon, huh?
No, that's decent bacon.
Decent bacon. Truss, were you watching Jose's earlier when I showed the clip of my Mark II bacon rolls with the poached eggs?
No, I have to say I did the most disgusting type you can do, which is I fried up my bacon and then I fried my eggs in the pan that had the bacon and the tomato in.
Well, that's,
Oh, you mean
that's the best way of frying the eggs.
Yeah, that's how we do it in America.
It's the only way to make eggs.
Yeah. You got to do your tomato first, then your bacon, then your eggs.
Yeah, but then you don't get all that delicious bacon flavor in your tomato.
Oh no, the whole point is you leave the tomato in with the bacon, but you need to start the tomato off first so it reduces down to mush.
You make the bacon, then you make the bacon, then you make the bacon, and then you make eggs, and then whatever else you want. More bacon.
The point is to get full with bacon by the time you finish making anything else.
And then take your blood pressure pills.
Sundays.
Great.
Actually, I annoy the fuck out of my doctor because I have such good blood pressure and he doesn't know why.
Maybe it's all that running around in fields shooting people with paintballs.
Oh no, that's farmers.
Oh,
I
sorry.
think it has something to do with the chats that he's in.
Yeah, it's the last Sunday of the month this coming Sunday, isn't it?
It is.
Oh, good. That means it's my Veterans Breakfast Club. That means a nice big fry up. Yummy.
Oh, sorry. Let me just pour my tea on mute.
Montreal, I clicked on your channel. I only see 2 videos. The most recent one is from a month ago, and nothing to do with gyro compasses or whatever.
I just pasted it on the side chat, so you guys could find it. It's in my playlist. It's not on my videos. It's not my video.
Oh.
But I just pasted it on the side chat.
Let's see.
Which side chat?
The YouTube chat, I think.
Internal.
The
Yeah, that's the
YouTube side
outside
chat.
Outside chat, yeah.
Not making this easy.
So it's not your video?
No, it's not my video.
So the other one in your likes is The Secrets of
Whose
Light
video
and
is it?
Easily Refuting Atomists on Light.
What?
It's in playlist, not liked.
Oh god.
I don't see the link.
Oh, 61. Oh, sorry, I should have gone to all of his playlist. I only looked at the first one, so that was my fault. View full playlist.
Montreal in the outside chat.
If you go to minute 350, you'll see what I'm talking about.
Whose video is it?
I really don't know. It's somebody that
Gyroscopic Instruments, is that what it's called? Or is it the design of the Mark 14 gyro compass? Or making a gyro compass and seek and settle at north?
Yeah, it's the one that's 20 minutes. And if you go to minute 350, he talks about that exact thing, what I'm saying, that you can manipulate it to point in any cardinal direction.
The fuck is that?
Everybody was kung fu fighting.
Sorry, which video is it?
I just posted it on the side chat of
Gyro
YouTube.
compasses part 3, making a gyro compass, seek and settle at north.
Yes, that's the one. Go to minute 350 and you'll find it, what I'm talking about.
All right, okay, Sam G.
Yeah, I've
Do you want me to
watched this
present?
guy before.
Do you want me to present it? Just that bit?
I don't know if you can get a copyright strike or not. I don't want to mess up Alan or Jose.
What timestamp did you have, Montreal?
350 blue.
Oh, 350. 50.
And so he gets along and you realize that that's the smartest middle you know. Yeah.
Section 5, gyro compass, making the spin axis horizontal.
It says that you spin it up at to 0 and set the weight where it keeps it locked so that it'll process at true north.
Yeah. So the fact you can alter the dial, but the compass, the gyroscope itself will always precess to the same position. That's what he's just said in the video.
Yes, because after you alter it to point to that direction using various weights and other.
No. It's not the weights. Yes. It's nothing to do with the weights. What it is, it's the dial on top that is reading your direction. So there's a relationship between that and the gyroscope sitting underneath it.
It's like a bezel ring on a compass.
And that's what you have to orientate to make sure that once it's possessed, you can then set that to true north, because you can then adjust it against the gyro compass itself. So it's a way of calibrating it to make sure it is accurate in case of any vibrational shifts or whatever.
It can be set in a binnacle in any orientation. They have no idea how it's going to get set in the ship. Once you get it in the ship, then you've got to align that dial correctly. That's all they're doing.
Yeah. You had me worried there. Montreal.
You should be worried. You should check out the rest of the video before making comments. I'm telling you, they can make it go to any direction. This proves nothing, guys.
Montreal, I've watched all of these videos. I watched this guy's videos. He's got 3 of them. I watched them all, and it's not saying what you think it's saying. You see the line on that outside ring up there? That thing could be in any orientation.
That's what I'm saying, Lou. We're saying the same thing.
So when you put it in, you've got to align it to north to begin with. After that, it will always come back to that point, no matter which orientation you put it in then. No matter which way the
Exactly. We're saying the same thing, Blue. So how does this prove that the Earth is spinning? It doesn't.
Montreal.
You can rotate that compass with it before it spools up into any position you want to put it in, and it will always come back to indicate north at that point.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and that's the gyro compass. That's what it's supposed to do.
So how does that prove that the Earth is turning?
You're talking over each other here.
Okay.
Montreal, you can't make the gyro compass point in any other direction than north.
You're wrong, Erebus. The guy just clearly states you can make the compass point to any cardinal direction.
No.
He clearly states that. I mean, you guys weren't listening? What?
I'll go listen to it again.
Yeah, do that, please.
I can play about 5 seconds of it if he says it, that'll be enough without it worrying about copyright stuff.
Well, technically, we're doing commentary on the video.
And if I can get the right timestamp, I can play it from that point to that point.
It is made
Start at 350.
It is manually made to point to true north, and then this is then locked in that position so that when you so that it'll process that direction the entire time. Yeah.
There you go. Exactly what I said.
You don't realize that that doesn't prove the point that you're trying to make, though. It's constructed to point true north, and then it misses it when it's spun up.
Exactly. So what is it? What am I saying wrong here? I'm saying that the gyro compass can be made to point in any cardinal direction. So what am I saying wrong here? How does that prove that the Earth is spinning? It doesn't.
It won't have the same effect if you lock it in other directions. You lock it to north, and it has the issue of processing.
That makes no sense what you're saying. If I make something rigid in space. Sorry, go ahead.
That's it. Only when it's north will it have the horizontal spin axis that's needed.
No, negative. If I make it point south, it'll always point south.
In the series of videos, at any point in time, did the individual who produced the videos ever state that the gyro compass doesn't do what it's designed to do?
No, I'm stating that.
Okay, so your opinion is based
Yes,
off
in
of
my opinion, yes. In my humble opinion, yes.
Okay, so is it possible that your opinion is wrong?
It's possible just as much as it's possible for your opinion to be wrong.
I didn't state an opinion, so I'm just asking. Is it possible that you may be misinterpreting what's being stated in the video?
Yes, it's possible.
Okay, and at no point in the video does it state the gyro compass doesn't do what it's designed to do.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm stating that.
All right. So, in your opinion, this is what you think it says, or what you think.
Yes, after I hear him clearly stating exactly what I just stated, it's my opinion that yes, what he says is exactly that.
You're paraphrasing a bit and
No,
adding.
I'm saying word for word. He clearly states
You're
Erebus.
projecting a new meaning onto his words, though.
No, I'm not. He clearly states that, and he says it specifically. He says, "Let me be clear that you can make the gyro compass point to any direction." Quote, I'm being very clear and very specific, Erebus.
Then he says that we have to then he says we have to point it to north, and when you spin it up, that will be the direction of the horizontal axis spin.
Correct.
Does he say that it works in any other direction?
Yes, he does. He says that you can put it to any cardinal direction you wish.
Yes,
You're
putting
just
it
assuming
in.
that it only works north. You're just assuming that.
No. Does he state that it works in any other direction, or that you can put it in another direction and it would still spin?
No, it's pretty obvious to see that you can.
Okay, so
why would it not spin if you point it to another direction?
That's the interpretation that comes into play. At no point in the video does it state that it works in any other direction, only that you can orient it, but obviously it's not going to do the same thing.
But that's not obvious. That's your claim, Erebus.
Montreal, just a very quick question. So I've just watched most of that video. And basically he is saying time and time again how when you're adding the weights properly, and compensating for the direction of the spin of the gyroscope, whether it's going clockwise or anti-clockwise, there were two methods to compensate. One was putting a weight at the top, the Sperry method, and one was putting a weight at the bottom, the Downham method. Yeah, both of those would cause it to precess back to 0, 0, 0. At which point you can set your compass correctly if there's been a variation between the dial, the reading of the compass versus the position of the gyroscope. So once it's precessed, once it's stopped moving, you can then set your compass.
Right, I believe you said 0001, but close enough.
No, I said 0000. I said 3 zeros.
Okay.
What was that orange text? I want Montreal to read out that orange text.
The orange text?
The orange text box.
It's kind of okay. It's kind of small here on my screen. A free-steering gyroscope is influenced by the Earth's rotation and its location on the Earth, and needs to be stabilized terrestrially. Right.
He's got
If
three.
the Earth wasn't.
He's got 3 videos, Montreal. Each run about 20 minutes apiece. Did you watch them all? All 3 of them? Because he actually does a fairly good job of explaining all of the science behind this thing and what makes it do what it does.
I watched most of it, yeah.
So not all of it.
He explains why it has to orient itself to the spin axis of the Earth. He explains.
No, I understand that. I just don't see how that works. It's just a made up.
It's not made up. It's a difficult concept for most people to. Gyroscopes are not intuitive devices. They don't necessarily make sense. They don't do what you think they ought to do just by looking at them.
Toadie's got an awesome gyroscope and a gimbal. And yeah, that's pretty amazing. But yeah, I actually got out a gyroscope and started playing with one. A few days ago, just just to remind myself. And yeah, it's quite funny. I mean, okay, it's not a gyro compass, but I can make it operate at 90 degrees. And if I do try and push it up, it will rotate one way. And if I try and push it down, it will rotate the other. You know, I've done that myself, just balancing it on a pencil. So, you know, I can see why you need the weights to keep it perpendicular, and I can see why you need a gimbal to get that effect. And and the fact that it always processes back to the same position, you know, regardless of where you are on longitude, what longitudinal line you're on, I think is indicative of the rotation of the Earth, because we know that they keep their point fixed in space. You know, unless you apply a force to it, and once you stop applying a force to it, it holds itself in space. So I don't have a problem.
These are all assumptions. We know that the gyroscope works on rigidity and precession. Right?
Montreal,
rigidity
did you watch
and precession.
the other two videos?
Excuse me?
Did you watch the first and second part of the video series?
I think I did, yeah.
But you didn't. But you stated that you didn't really watch the entirety of this specific.
So Erebus, I get I understand now how you work. You're gonna try now to make it look like I haven't done my homework. I understand your modus operandi. It's pretty good, but it's not gonna work. You do that all the time.
Oh no! My point is, you were directed to that specific timestamp. Were you not?
No, I directed you to that specific. After I watched the whole video. I directed you there specifically to hear what the guy said.
You just changed your answer. You were asked if you watched the whole video. You said you watched some of it.
No, you asked me if I watched the 3 videos. Listen carefully to the answers that I'm asked. I was asked if I watched all 3 videos.
I asked you that.
You were also asked if you watched the whole video as well, and you said you watched some of it.
You see, here we go now. We're going to go to semantics. We're going to go to what if I did this. You're going to ask me what my education is, blah, blah, blah. Stick to the point.
Because you went to a specific timestamp, and I'm gonna throw it out there and say that you were directed to that timestamp.
No, I wasn't directed. Who directed me? Well, do I have a leader?
This is.
I watched the damn video.
This is a speculation. Because when you made the statement that you'd watched only part of the video or most of the video, as you said, the video, this specific one, you were asked.
I watched the whole video, whole thing.
What does it say at the end?
What does it say at the end?
Yeah.
I watched this video like 3 weeks ago. You expect me to? You see, this is what you're doing now.
No,
you're not addressing the topic.
You were able to.
You're going to try to nitpick. You're going to try to find an error somewhere. This is your modus operandi. I have you covered, Erebus.
Okay, but
it won't work.
Wait. Montreal, how are you able to direct us to 350?
I just said go to 350.
How are you able to determine if that was the time you were looking for?
You see, these are the questions you're going to ask.
No, I just want to know that.
That's what I told you.
It's an
you're
interesting
going to just go to La La Land and try to make up stuff.
Montreal,
what I
please,
said was very
I'm interested.
clear.
Can I please just get this answer from you?
Sure. I'll answer anything you want. Go ahead.
The question I asked. How did you get to
Which was?
How did you know to go to 350?
How did I know? Are you not listening? Am I not speaking English? Is my accent too thick for you?
You said I was living in
watched
La La
the whole
Land instead
video.
of answering my question.
Okay, I will answer it now. I watched the whole video.
Okay.
And this is the part that caught my eye. And because I was talking with Bob on a certain aspect, this is the part that caught my eye, and this is the part I want you guys to see. What don't you understand about that semantic toy soldier?
You have this timestamp from 3 weeks ago in your head.
Yes.
Okay. So
this is the devastating part that I picked out of that video to show Bob that this does not prove that the Earth is spinning. Which part of that do you not understand?
How many videos explaining the gyro compass did you go through before this video?
I watched a few of them.
Well, no. How many? I mean, like, give me a number, because this is
What does
this
that
right
matter?
here.
If I tell you 4 or if I tell you 7, what's the difference, Erebus? What did you eat for
Because
breakfast today?
this video, I had what you call it, live cereal.
Wow, I hope you enjoyed it. What does that have to do with the spinning earth?
Now, here's the thing. You went to a specific timestamp on a very specific video on a specific explanation on the gyro compass. There are several videos about the gyro compass. I'm asking you how you were able to pinpoint this one out of all of them.
Because this is the one that proves my devastating point
That's
against
really
what
not.
Bob said.
Your point's not devastating, Montreal.
And
doesn't
you guys don't
actually.
like it.
Can I actually wait? Can I just explain this? So if you go to 3 minutes and 50 seconds and just turn on the comment, turn on the closed caption.
I have just done exactly that for myself.
Okay. So basically, what it's saying here, Montreal, is if there are no weights attached to this compass, yeah, it won't know how to sit perpendicularly to the plane.
Exactly.
Yeah. So so you don't have a gyro compass without those weights. Do you understand that?
Exactly. That's my whole point.
Yeah.
It's
So,
a gyro. It's a compass. Go ahead.
I just wanted to continue on. So it's the fact that there were 2 methods that have come up with to basically sort of gyro compass so it will keep to the perpendicular plane. One was by a guy called Sperry, and another guy was one was by a guy called Downham. Downham basically said put them at the bottom. Sperry put them at the top. We tend to now put them all at the top. And all we're doing is we're making sure that gyro compass is sitting 90 degrees perpendicular to the plane. So it's at 90 degrees. So it's always level. Yep. When it processes away from north, that's when you get the torque, because the weight is going to try and pull it back to being level. And then that torque is going to bring it back to true north or geographical north, whichever one you want to use. I'm happy with either. At which point that force is then taken away and it stops moving. So it will
You just said it yourself.
always point to the north.
Unless you make it point to the east, Dress.
No.
Do you not understand that?
You can't do that. You cannot do that. And that is not what this video is saying. This is like the wiki page we had to read to you about 5 times until you went, oh yeah, I see what you mean. He's basically saying no weights on gyro compass. It's just going to fly around and it's not going to really point anywhere consistently. You can just point it in a direction. It's not going to process because there's nothing keeping it level to the plane of axis. Nothing keeping it level to the plane. Yet when you put the weights on it to make sure it stays at 90 degrees, when it deviates from that, that's when the forces come into play, and that's when it will process back to true north. So no weights, no gyro compass, just a compass basically and a gimbal. With weights, gyro compass. No weights, no gyro compass. So it's not the fact that we're just making it point anywhere we want. You cannot make a gyro compass with weights on. With the weights on, that's the gyro compass, point in any direction. It will always point north.
It can only point north.
And if it deviates from north, it will move back to north until it reaches north, and then it will stop.
You can word salad it any way you want.
It's not word salad. What I said was accurate, to the point, and concise.
Still doesn't prove a spinning earth. It just proves a gyroscope is manipulated to point north. That's all it does.
Well,
so why
it's not manipulated to point north? It's blocked.
Yeah, why does it point north then?
you got your head in the sand, Montreal, and I don't think we're going to be able to help you.
So if I take that ship and I make the compass point east, and it slowly turns back towards the north, due to gyroscopic precession, because it's a gyro compass, because it's got the weights. What's making it turn always back in that direction? How am I manipulating it to do that? Okay, we'll leave it
Sorry,
there.
I didn't hear that last
Oh,
statement.
no,
Sorry.
no, no. I didn't know if you want to answer, and I didn't want to be pushy because you've been really nice this evening, so you don't deserve people to be pushy. All I was saying is, if I maneuver a ship and I make, very very quickly, say, and I make that gyro compass point away from north, what's causing it? How am I manipulating it to process back to the north? What am I doing?
There's all kinds of things that they do. If you guys watch the video, you're gonna
I've
see if
watched the
the
video.
ship moves side to side.
Mhm.
There's various things that they bring it back. They have to always bring it back to north.
No, they don't.
Yes, they
It
do.
brings itself back to north.
So you think on all of these ships, thousands and thousands of ships, they got guys sitting there fiddling with these things all day long to make them point north?
No, the fiddling is done internally. Watch the video from beginning to end, and you'll understand everything.
Wait. Who's fiddling internally? Somebody's got to be doing
I
this.
think
Who's doing it?
he's saying because you've put weights on to make it keep to the horizontal, that's fiddling.
It's not just it's just not the horizontal. They manipulate to point north also. It's not just manipulated on the axis that you think.
Montreal
Look,
doesn't.
yes, it is.
No.
By the gods.
I put a link in the side chat, Montreal. It's Walter Lewin's freshman level college course in gyroscopes. Maybe watch that and see if that helps you.
So this is not helping.
Listen, you guys can believe whatever you want. I see what I see and I know what I know, and you're not going to convince me otherwise.
That's true.
No
so let's
shit.
go somewhere else.
A gyro compass is a manipulated gyroscope. That's all it is, and it's made to point north, and that's all there is to it.
Montreal, we know the truth about this, and so does every ship captain out there. We all know it doesn't really matter. You keep your opinion, that's fine. Let's move on to some other topic. Get away from this one.
Okay, agreed.
Yeah, I mean, all it is it's not keeping it at horizontal to the plane. That's all it is. That's why you have to set the weights up specifically. And if you don't have them set that way, that's why I said you can point it in any direction, because you can actually make it tilt in different directions. So it's not horizontal to the plane, and you'll get a different effect based on the rotation of the Earth. That's what I'm hearing him say.
Look, I see an apple, it's an apple. You guys see an apple, it's an orange. We'll leave it at that.
I think we see the apple, but I understand your point, and I'm sure you disagree and think it the other way around. So I'll leave it at that. So no, that's fair. But no, thanks. That's a really interesting channel. I've actually just put it into my faves. So thank you for that. That's actually cool.
It's a 3-part
My
series.
pleasure, Dress.
That's pretty good, actually.
No, his entire fucking channel is interesting.
Yeah.
He talks about radar plotting basics, power convention, all the shit that I did for Sea Survival but forgot because that's like, nearly 35 years ago. He actually breaks down a sextant, he breaks down a gyroscope. So he actually takes a gyroscope and acts into freedom and precision and goes into detail about how they work as well. So he takes all the things apart. That's actually probably quite a valuable video for you to watch. It's only 4 minutes and 38 seconds. Because this is what he was talking about before. I haven't even seen it yet, but it looks cool.
I think if you ask any of the poor fools that decided they wanted to go into mechanical engineering, what caused them the most grief and headache and was the hardest thing to figure out in their college career, they'd tell you it was the goddamn gyroscope. Because those things, they are just not easy to understand.
Mm.
Well,
Montreal.
they seem like they're easy to understand, but to try to predict what it is they're going to do next is the hard part.
Oh, it went dead quiet there.
Sorry, did you guys address me? I missed the last part. Were you speaking to me?
Someone addressed you. I didn't hear what they said. They've been waiting though.
My apologies. Can you please ask it again? I didn't catch that part.
Where'd everyone go?
I don't know, but I think someone asked Montreal something, and I think he missed it. I was actually just about to go make myself a cup of tea and probably dive off this hangout because it's already 8 o'clock my time. And otherwise, I'll sit here and do this all night and not get anything done.
All right, gentlemen, I think I have to go as well. It's been a pleasure talking with you as usual.
Thanks, Montreal.
Have a good one, gentlemen.
See you, Montreal.
See you in Montreal.
I like watching those Walter Lewin videos. That guy's pretty good. If you haven't watched him, check him out sometime. He reminds me of a professor I had in college.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got put out a lot of free content of his lectures.
Oh yeah, he's got tons and tons of stuff out there.
You could tell he really enjoyed his profession.
Yeah, all of his classes come with a built-in demonstration, and that's what I like. It's not just blackboard, whiteboard, you know. Equation on top of equation. He shows the stuff in a practical sense.
Did you see the one with the, I guess it was a bowling ball, basically on a plumb bob, where he's demonstrating conservation of momentum?
Yeah, I think I did see that one.
Yeah, when he's up on the stage and he goes all the way to one side and holds it up to his chin, and he lets it go, it swings all the way across the stage and back.
Yeah.
And comes right to his chin where he let it go and stops. He's like, if I'm wrong, then this is going to smash my face.
All you want is someone just to be able to shorten the rope by about 1/2 centimeter as it's going. Sorry. But yeah, I mean,
his final lecture when he retired, he left the stage on a rolling chair using a fire extinguisher to propel him.
Nice. I think Montreal's doing another wiki page misreading again.
Only a little.
He's seen something, and I think he wants it to be the way it is.
I think Erebus may have a point, though. I don't want to think Montreal's dishonest because I don't think he is. I think he's misguided at times. But I think someone directed him.
I think you're right.
Well, he is cherry picking, though. He is just listening for the things that he wants to hear and ignoring all the rest of the video.
I think we can say confirmation bias is strong in this one.
Yeah, I mean, if he wants to cite that video, what about all the mentions of gravity balancing the weights?
Yeah.
I say it's seeing it the way you call it instead of calling it the way you see it.
The thing is, Montreal's a believer in gravity. He's not a Rileyite.
No.
Well, he's not really. He's a still Earther, not a rotating Earther. So I think he's geocentric.
No, when you suss out the information, it ends up being that it's not a sphere, it's not just stationary, it is flat and infinite.
Well, he says it's a sphere, but we don't know how big. I think I've heard him say as well.
It's not what we say it is. That's all it is.
I didn't have the heart to tell him about how I was getting on with calculating the lunar eclipse that he asked me to do before he left. I was thinking, Montreal, just a minute. But no, I thought I'd just let him go.
I'll tell you what I've been looking at the moment, which is really fascinating. That's something called Fermi bubbles.
Fermi bubbles?
Yes, it's kind of something they've just been managed to. They've seen bits of it since I think the 80s and the 90s, but they've kind of put it together now. It's like if you think of the shape of our spiral galaxy, imagine if someone stuck a light bulb shape on the top and the bottom of the central rotating axis point. these big bubbles of stuff.
Space hopper. Just think of space hopper.
Yeah, like a space hopper upside down. And it's basically it seems to be like mass ejection from the black hole in the center is one of the theories they've got for it. But it's the fact that it seems to be symmetrical top and bottom as well, which is kind of weird. But it's very energetic, and that's what they're finding interesting. And we're not exactly quite sure what it's made of yet.
Yeah. So I think they've to this in other galaxies.
Mm.
You know, an exciting thing came in the post for me today. I got an off-axis guider for my one of my telescopes.
I would love to say that I know what an off-axis glider is.
It's a euphemism for a left-handed love doll.
Oh.
No, it's for guiding the telescope. So it's a thing that steals a little bit of the light before it goes into the camera, which goes up into a guide camera to track a guide star.
Oh, I see. So it's like giving you a fixed position against the star, so you can match the rotation with a motorized.
Jose, are you there?
Gimbal?
Yeah. So it's the most accurate way to do it. You can use a piggybacked guide telescope, but if you're actually stealing a bit of the light from the light that's actually going into the camera, then it's much more accurate.
Like a bore sight.
Yeah. So it's
It is a bore sight.
Yeah. Jose, are you there listening?
Jose, I'm about to kill a chihuahua. There you go. That's all he had to say.
Boom.
All right, cool. George, go ahead and call in. Jose's here to let you in.
I was passed out sleeping, but I heard my name.
Oh, sorry, man.
No, thank you. If you didn't, yeah, I would have stayed asleep. I need to do shit about it. That's the TV. Man.
Sure it is. Sure it is. Fucking hell.
Oh, hold on, yeah. Is my camera on? If you don't believe me, my camera looking at me or not? I don't see it. Yeah, don't believe me, the TV. It's an animal channel. It's a channel for the pets. So there's that one dog, my sister, and that one pet. And then we got this little guy right here who was taking a nap with me. And there's another one looking around somewhere.
Someone else is gonna have to share it. I'm on my phone. I can't drop it on YouTube.
Right, that's great. Jose, now show us the basement, just so we can be sure.
Yeah, right. Listen, see? Yeah. It's dogs and cats to have the dogs entertained in the house.
That's all CGI.
Anybody gonna join?
Yeah, give me just a second. I'm dropping a link.
Make some noise. Every time I put my camera, they shut up.
There we go. Got the link in the main chat again.
Little one. This dog is old. He's 11 years old already. Almost getting no teeth.
Yo, Jose, you seem to still be on. George was looking for the link.
Yeah, somebody posted. Please, I'll let him in. I'm here to let people in or boot anybody if I'm told.
I've kind of missed my moment because I was covering my bike, but I really wanted to ask you if you were fucking a cat, Jose.
No need.
Oh, Jose, now you need to ask Druck why he knows what it sounds like to fuck a cat.
Very good.
Right, I know. I was gonna say like, I mean, that's gotta be a specific sound. I'm not a cat guy, so I don't know, man.
I watched one of Alki's videos.
Touche.
Oh, dear. I had one of the guys. I made it sort of jokes. I went into the office today. Myself and one of my colleagues came in and said, "Well, we've just increased the experience of the room by over 50 years." And one of the sales guy, who's very tall, he's about 6'7", turned around and said, "Oh, is that just you, James?" I went, "Steve, you're very tall. You're going to die before me." Statistically speaking.
I don't see the link shared in the chat. Somebody shared the link, but it's not unclickable. So copy it right here and paste it. I'm not gonna paste it because I think I got George blocked, so he's not gonna see it from me.
Sorry, I'm just getting to Alan's channel because I'm shit.
Yeah, I posted it, but it's not. Apparently, it's not being seen, so I'm not sure what's up.
It's because you're not allowed to post anything. Oops, I shouldn't have told you that.
Oh, I've got this. I've got a wrench. What are you talking about?
Here you go, bitches.
It's all day long, man. My sister was out for a few days ago, and she said, just when you wake up, just turn on the TV and just up the volume a little bit. All day long, the freaking channel, man. Never stop.
Sorry, I had to wait for when I heard myself, "Here you go, bitches," on the live channel, and I knew I could post it.
I'm not allowed to post links. I didn't know that. Okay.
I was joking. I didn't know you weren't allowed to post links.
Oh, you're just the only one that actually hyperlinked, so I'm not sure what happened there.
Hey, what can I say? You needed a techie, you got a techie.
I think the thing is just because it's missing the HTTPS at the front.
There's an off-axis guider presenting right now for your interest. It's not very interesting, but I'm very pleased.
Alki, remember the first rule of being a techie: never give the same answer to any technical problem twice to a non-techie.
Right. Sorry, Brian. Just try turning it off and on again.
That one you're allowed to use multiple times.
There's something. Oh, and it worked for that in that movie Skyscraper, right? Should work for everything.
That's rather cool.
You should watch the It Crowd if it's something you haven't seen before.
I have watched the IT Crowd.
Thinking more like Brian. I mean, if he's seen Rod Gilbert, then there's every chance he can get a look at that.
Oh yeah, and it's got Noel Fielding in it as well, which is a lot.
He's a good character in that, actually.
It's the only thing I know him from.
Well, I was kind of vaguely aware of him, but I thought it was an excellent character in that. But I don't like the thing he does himself. Was it the Mighty Bush or whatever?
I think I caught a couple of that, and I just didn't find it very funny. So you're right.
It was just bizarre.
It was trying to be just a bit straight. Brass Eye, and Brass Eye was just fucking awesome.
Brass Eye was awesome.
And you know my ultimate favourite from that period of time, and that's Drop the Dead Donkey.
Oh, we used to watch that all the time.
Yeah, there we go. Welcome, George.
Hello, guys.
I'd like to see them try and get away with a program like Brass Eye these days. Can you imagine it?
Hey there, Alan.
Did Brass Eye not get the most complaints ever of any program or something?
Pretty much. I think so. Probably the one about the paedophiles.
Yeah.
And the guy that is the main newscaster in Brass Eye is the first chairman of the company that the IT crowd is based in.
Yeah, he's actually the guy that wrote it. Brass Eye.
He is funny as fuck.
Chris Morris.
Yeah, the same as Black Books is another series I like.
Yeah, it's one I've never watched.
It's worth it.
It's got people are liking it as well, but I've never seen it.
Yeah.
Watched all the other shit at the time, like Spaced is one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Green Wing,
One
like that.
One of my friends was in Spaced. You know the episodes they had with the Robot Wars kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he was, the little guy with the moustache who was the leader of the opposite team.
Yeah.
That's my mate Chaz.
Right. Cool.
Because he had a robot in Robot Wars called Suicidal Tendencies. and we both worked for the same company at the time.
Cool. That'll make it slightly to watch next time. Space was awesome. So many fucking excellent jokes in it.
Dance for me, Brian. Dance for me.
One of the best ones is when they do the fake gunfight, the finger gunfight.
Oh,
and all that. That's fucking amazing.
Oh.
And Mark Heap. See the guy that plays Brian, Mark Heap.
Yeah.
The artist. How fucking good was he at that? He's so good at being such a strange person.
And it's when he has the the character. I'm trying to remember. His prior partner, where they used to do special work and installations. It's gonna bug me now. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But yeah, no, I like that. I really also like the
David Williams.
Yeah, that was who it was. Damn.
Oh shit! What was the character name again? I can't remember now. But that was a good send up, wasn't it? All that kind of crowd. Rabbit.
We have moved our arts to levels that you could never dream of. Yeah. And also the bicycle courier. That was another character.
Oh, Tires is awesome.
Tires. I knew Tires. He was a flatmate of mine.
See, now I don't know if it's going to be as funny to live with, but it's definitely hilarious as a character.
Yeah. Hey, Dan the Waterman's in the side chat wanting to ask about Alk's wind turbines.
Oh, what? Sorry, what's the question?
He's just trying to figure out the distances and the amount of feet that are supposed to be missing and the observer height or some nonsense. It's probably them being dishonest again.
Wait a minute. Is he talking about the single turbine on its own that was on land?
I have no idea.
Well, the link's in the side chat. Come on in, ask your question. You can always fuck off afterwards.
Well, this whole thing on photographic images, whether it be on turbines or Island of Man or other mountains and stuff, is always so amusing because nobody ever does any recording of proper atmospheric conditions so that you can really ascertain. I mean, you can maybe in a gross sense, in a coarse sense, make some determinations, but a lot of times you're looking for tens or hundreds of feet of something missing, and you really can't do that without having to know what your atmospheric temperatures are at the point of observation and at the target. Someone's got a lot of noise going through.
I think Alk is making dinner.
Oh, I see.
Alk has just put himself on mute.
But most geodetic surveyors, at a very minimum, if you go into any geodetic surveying manuals, and that is they require you to know the temperature at the target and at the point of observation. You average the two, and then you can go to your manuals to determine the amount of refraction. In my tests, I take it a lot further, and I actually get the temperature profile along the optical corridor vertically and horizontally about every half mile, and so on over my optical corridor. But you don't have to be that precise and detailed if you really want to know the first order how much the refraction is. All you need to know is the temperature, like I say, at the 2 points, the starting point and the end point. But that's never ever recorded on any of these images taken that I see people posting. So I never get involved with trying to analyze these photographs because there's never ever sufficient amount of information to try to really assess what's going on. In fact, a lot of times, most of the time, you don't even find GPS coordinates recorded as to where their location is or the time of day or the day they were doing it.
I mean, my thing is that I try to only deal with observations that are where the effects are lessened, where everything's clear. Obviously, I have other observations where I get problems with refraction, but I don't see the point in using them because I know it basically doesn't help. So I try and keep it
false
about.
impression too. There's a lot of misinformation, or again, what people are using is their intuition, which is wrong regarding refraction. I've done a lot of refraction measurements over the last 2 years using my auto level and theodolite, and I have a very good test range. I don't know if anyone's ever, if you guys have ever seen any of my videos, but I've posted some videos of my test range, and one that I'm using now is I have a 30-foot, 20-foot, no, it's 25-foot structure on an island about 2.72 miles from my dock, and I have those measurements to within centimeters, thanks to Jesse Kozlowski brought his very precise GPS equipment up here with Soundly a little over a year ago, and we made exact determinations of distances and stuff, and I have actual physical measurements of various points on this structure, and I can monitor the structure over time during the day or throughout the week and month, which I have done, and I have very good data as to atmospheric conditions and how it relates to the amount of shift that you'll see. If you end up with a normal refractive condition, objects in the distance seem to rise, and I have very good correlations with the apparent rise of these with atmospheric conditions, and that this particular structure that's almost 3 miles away allows me to do this very precisely because I've gone over to the island. I actually have, within fractions of an inch, the exact physical dimensions of various items on this structure that I can sight in with with the auto level. And I have seen over the course of 2.5 miles an apparent rise of structures by as much as 11.5 feet. And you go out further in distance, and that even gets exaggerated even more. So you can have some really extreme refractive conditions. And the bottom line here, what I'm getting to is you can't necessarily just by looking, because it's a clear day, assume that it's going to be low refraction. In fact, some of the most severe refraction you'll get is on a clear sunny day. The best conditions I have found for minimum refraction are overcast days where you'll have a breeze of about 5-10 miles an hour that is going along, not exactly parallel to your optical corridor or strictly cross, but more at an angle, maybe 10-20 degrees. So it causes a lot of mixing of the air to even out the temperature of the air and the homogeneity of the air throughout your optical corridor. You really want, you don't want a still windless day. You want to have a wind of about 10, 15 miles an hour, or 5, 10 miles an hour to mix up the air, and you want to have it overcast so that the sun isn't heating up the ground or the water in to a high degree. Though those tend to be your best days, and a good way to assess that is just look through a telescope, or zoom in with your camera and look in the distance to see if the background is shimmering, if there's much distortion and shimmering going on.
I've got a question about the building you're using for reference. You were saying you get refraction on like clear days. When you're doing that particular observation, do you also compare that to a further observation to see how things look at a greater distance?
Oh yeah.
The reason I'm asking is just because obviously when you get a particular types of refraction, you can see it. Obviously, when you're at certain distances at the horizon, you can see a little band and so on. And if it's not immediately visible to the eye, when you zoom in with a camera, you can maybe spot it. You know what I mean? So I'm just wondering if that's the kind of thing that you've been able to see, or if it's just totally clear and it's just not possible to discern with the eye.
Yeah, there's different types of conditions. Your worst conditions, of course, is you get the shimmering going on in the background. As you zoom into something in the distance, it's distorted. Not only is it distorted, it's changing all the time, which we call shimmer. And you can see the bands along on the horizon, like you're talking about. You have more severe bands of distortion and shimmering going on real time, and it lessens as you get up off the surface of the earth. Like when I make all my measurements, when I was doing my survey on the lake, I set my targets 13 feet up above the surface of the water at the point of observation, so that I was well out of the band of extreme refraction. And that's what you want to do, is get up as high as you can up off the surface of the water or land or wherever you're doing your observations from, because you're over water. Your most severe refraction occurs within about the first 5 to 6 feet. You have what's called a
Aether band?
Pardon?
An aether band?
Ether?
Sorry.
He's not aware of Travis's nonsense.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do apologize. I'm in one of those moods today.
Yeah, it's called a moisture or humidity zone, where you end up with really bad refraction when you're right up off the water by a few feet or so. But what I have is, to answer LK's question, is my target range goes out 6 miles to a place called Home Island, which is in Canada. And I have clear viewing for 6 miles, and halfway down at about 2.72 miles, I have the structure on Franzen Island, this channel marker that I was describing earlier. So I can, yes, to answer your question, I can look at what's going on at this channel marker on Franzen Island, but I can also look a distance 2x out at 6 miles on Home Island. I have some targets set up there, and I can see how they behave in simultaneously as well as the Franzen Island target, which is half the distance out. And so I get very suspect when I see people presenting photographs, because what I've found is, like, if I take a still photograph of a structure during a high refractive day where there's a lot of turbulence, temperature turbulence going on, like you'll have on a bright sunny day, particularly this occurs in the morning or near sunset. Those are the worst times of days to be making any sort of observations. An hour after, sunrise to an hour after sunrise and an hour before sunset. Those are absolutely dreadful times to trying to make any sort of measurements. The refraction tends to be extreme during those periods of time. But on a clear day, the problem that you have is you're heating up land, and if you're trying to do observations over water, you have a warm air coming from the land passing over the cooler water, and you end up with a lot of temperature gradients. And unless you have a nice breeze that can mix this stuff up, you end up with really severe temperature gradients that give you, really bad refractive indexes. And one way to determine, and why I don't like still photographs, is I have seen that when I take video in my through my auto level, that's a 30x power magnification, I can take a still frame out of that, and it might look good. It might look really good. You might happen to catch your frame at a time like when you're taking a picture when everything looks nice, but a fraction of a second later, it's going to be very distorted. So I always demand that if anybody's going to present to me a photograph of something in the distance trying to show hidden, hidden values, or trying to claim you're seeing something that you shouldn't see, I would like to see at least 5-6 seconds of live video taken at the same time that you take that photograph, so that I can at least, to the first order, assess how much refraction is going on. Because if you have a lot of shimmering in that going on, you can see that with as little as 4 or 5 seconds of video. You can see the shimmering, but if you take a still frame out of that, you have no clue as to how bad the refractive conditions are.
Yeah, sorry, I dropped for a second in our last bit yet, but I got the most of it. No, I was just curious because I'm familiar with a lot of the stuff you're saying, having been out and done it. I know the kind of things you're talking about. You start to recognize the patterns, even if you're not directly measuring. If you're paying attention, you start to notice, when the difference a breeze makes and being overcast and things like this. So I kind of have a bit of a feel for it.
Value. Yeah, exactly. That's the value of making many measurements over the same optical corridor. Like the first time I started doing this, I did it for 75 days straight in the wintertime. I started around the end of January and went into mid-April on the ice. I went out every day, made measurements and that. And after a while, like you say, once you accumulate a lot of experience and observations on the same structure, you start getting kind of an intuitive feel for what's going on, what's lower, what kind of days will give you low refraction, what time of day, and that sort of thing. But for people that just happen to go out and take a photograph, they have no clue, as to what they're doing if they haven't had any real long-term experience in viewing that particular structure over, a period of days, weeks, months.
The problem I always find is that when it comes to the flat Earth side, every observation is just loaded with refraction. It's never presented, on a clear day. On those few that do it, like for Ranty, they demonstrate clearly exactly what you would expect to see. They show ridiculous amounts of obstruction, but they still claim it's flat anyway. But the majority of the work that you see, it's all fuzzy conditions, bad refraction, lots of inferior mirage and all that kind of thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't even attempt to try to analyze a photograph when you see a lot of distortion and miraging going on. What's the value to doing that? You're just going to argue, over what the function of a mirror is or something,
Yeah, exactly. I agree. It's pointless. So although I have observations like that, I don't see the point in sharing them. Okay, maybe for a comparison to show the difference between a good day and a bad day. But apart from that, they don't really have a lot of value.
Yeah, well, any of this sort of, if you want to say research or any type of tests that you're doing, you have to have a lot of patience. You just can't go out, snap one photograph and say, you know, this is it. Kind of like the famous photograph that was done across Lake Michigan on the Chicago skyline is, all right, if you're claiming that you can see Chicago from this one photograph, then demonstrate it to me. Go out, you know, every day for a month and show me that you can do this 20 times out of the month, and then I might start believing you. But, you know, you just can't go and pick one day and happen to find some unusual atmospheric conditions, snap a photograph and tell me that this is the normal situation that you're going to find.
Yeah, agreed. Of course, that stuff's famous because they rely on still images from it as well, even though there is time-lapse video showing exactly what's going on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, you have to have repeatability. Now, if you want to claim something, you better be able to demonstrate to me, like I said, you know, 20 times out of the maybe 30 times out of the month that you can see exactly what you're claiming. Because I can rest assured that if you happen to find some unusual conditions and snap a photograph, that you come back, you know, a few days later, or the next day, or a week later, that you will probably not see the same thing.
One thing I would say is consistent, that I think generally gets overlooked, is that any decent distance observation, it pretty much doesn't matter what the conditions are, that you'll never get the thing that's obstructed to ever become fully visible. You know what I mean? So you might get some part of something looming a bit or something like that. You know, for example, with Chicago is a good extreme example because the distances, you'll never ever see the bottom half of that city. You might see parts of it loomed up a little bit and some stretching and things, but you'll never see the actual bottom half of that city and the roads
Yeah,
and things
well,
like
what
that.
will happen on something like that, and you see in the Chicago photograph, of course, is that the bottom is all compressed. Yeah, you'll never see a good detailed image of the bottom of where the skyline or the city meets the water. It'll always be distorted or compressed. And in fact, things will be so distorted, like the Genofredo photographs of the Rogers Center. The Rogers Center is actually rectangular, and you look in her photographs, and it looks like it's a dome. It looks round.
That's right. But I mean, even the parts that would be compressed, it's only going to be like an upper section. Like, just say, it obviously depends on what you're looking at, but maybe, you know, 100 to 200 feet high up. You know, that's the section you're going to see getting put into the area where it gets compressed with the stuff above it. It will never ever be the lowest point. The stuff at the water, the surface roads and all that kind of thing. If it's a city we're looking at, if it's an island, you'll never see the base of the island, etc. You know, it's just never going to happen unless you're
Well,
really close.
I don't know that you can go that far. I've done images under extreme refractive conditions where you have a lot of compression, and I have another place that I looked going north into Canada. The far shore on Sand Bay here is 2.5 miles away, and there's a railway bridge and some large boulders that are on the hillside that the bridge is on that go down to the water. And I've been over there. I've made all the measurements of these rocks that are very visible because they're white against a darker background of the soil. And when there's extreme compression, I can make out it. You can see where it meets water, but it's always distorted. I mean, it's very wavy, very wiggly. There is the shoreline is not straight like it usually should be, under less under good viewing conditions. There just ends up being extreme wavy pattern and extreme distortion as you get closer and closer to the base, to the water that would be hidden.
I suppose I'm being a bit too strict because I have done my own observations where I've had some pretty extreme refraction going on, and certain things that I'm looking at are being lifted by a couple of 100 feet. So I guess it is possible occasionally.
Excuse me, George. Brian Pack in the YouTube chat says that you might have the Rogers Centre thing a little backwards, in that the centre is a dome but looks square in.
Yeah, I
latest
had it.
video.
I apologize. I had it backwards. The videos were showing it to be rectangular, and it's more of a dome.
Yeah, I only mentioned that because we know people would then pick up on it somewhere.
People will pick up sound bites and run with it. I have that happening all the time with the group from Nathan. But yeah, I was wrong on that. It was the reverse. Her photographs make it look rectangular, and it's actually a rounded dome.
Easy done. Said, what was it? Instead of saying glass half full, I mixed the three words up when I was talking to somebody the other day. That's a simple thing to get right.
It's very easy to do. I'm just I mentioned it only because Brian brought it up.
No, that's good. I mean, we need to be accurate on these things, and I'm not one not to. I'll correct myself if someone brings it to my attention that I made an error.
Just that I need to address Dan in the chat. He's asking about an observation I did. It was of a single wind turbine on a test site. It was situated on land, and the distance was about 16 miles. Dan, if you actually watch the video, you see that part of the problem is it's difficult for me to actually ascertain the height of the land that the turbine is sitting on. And so you have to estimate how high that land is. And probably the best way to do that is take the turbine itself as a guide. Find the model of the turbine. Obviously, I tried to look at all this at the time, but I don't remember it at the moment. But get the model of the turbine, get the height of the turbine, and then use that as a guide from the photographs I've included where you can see everything to estimate the height of the land it's sitting on. And the point of it is that the entire piece of land it's sitting on and a portion of the turbine is missing. So you can estimate that, X amount of feet is missing, but the exact amount, I really don't know specifically.
Yeah, the way I'd handle those, if I were in a position over there in the UK where they're dealing with these turbines, it's always puzzled me as to know why, if they really want to do this seriously, why hasn't anyone taken a boat out, go to the turbines, take close-up shots, photographs of the turbines, and get some exact GPS coordinates. So that you know what the distances are, and then maybe also make some temperature measurements at the turbine, and then get back to land where you're observing at Blackpool and take some measurements there, so you have at least an idea whether or not there's much of a temperature gradient. You don't have to do it every day in which you're doing your observations, but at least get one data point so that you kind of know where you're at. To begin with on these things.
Well, although nobody's done that specifically, those turbines in the area, if you start, trying to investigate them, you'll run across some news articles of people that have paddled out to them. so you can see, physically what they do look like when you're next to them. One of the key features, which I'm sure you've seen before, is that they actually sit on these yellow bases, and none of those bases are ever visible in any of the observations that people are doing down there.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like what I've done here on Franzen Island with the channel markers. I have photographs taken, when I'm up on the island, also out on a boat, 100 feet, 200 feet away from the island. A lot of photographs, so I have a lot of detail as to what the structure looks like, and also made physical measurements. Now, of course, you're not going to be able to make physical measurements of your turbine directly, but if you brought a good theodolite out with a out on a boat, you could very easily make angle measurements, get the angular measure of various points, and then by setting up a retroreflector at the base, get your exact distance. All you need to know is a horizontal distance from your theodolite to the to any point on the wind turbine, and then with all the angular measurements that you made, you could get very precisely all the distances and between points on the windmill, the blade lengths, the height, the blanks, blades might be above the mounting base. All that could be very easily obtained with a good surveyor's theodolite. And all you need is one distance measurement. Like I said, the horizontal base measurement from the theodolite to the tower, and all the rest you can get through trigonometry using the angle measurements.
Well, I mean, I don't know if anybody's ever going to do that, but I do know that you'll never get a flat earther to go that far. I mean, those particular farms that are out there, that it's a huge set of turbines. There's more than one, and you cannot go down there, look out from the Blackpool seafront, and miss these turbines. But Ranty and Riley managed to go for a good 2 years without ever taking a picture of one. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Al, well, one thing I will say, the turbines on the Scroby Sands over off Norfolk, they are so close in that you can actually see the yellow bases still. But there again, some of them are actually inside the horizon, so
Yeah, right. That's exactly what makes the difference. Actually, Jamie did some good stuff the other week. Jamie H, formerly Jamie Heth. I don't know who else has seen it, but he's got a good place for observation, and he's kind of looking at a couple of bits of the coastline and then a wind farm that's quite far out. And although he's at a fair elevation, you can still see the effects of the obstruction. But he hasn't had ideal conditions yet, but even with the refraction he's dealing with, it's pretty obvious what's going on, you know what I mean?
Yeah. But I've always found this whole thing about photographs and what you should see or not see very amusing, because why people are focusing on that and spending so much time trying to argue over what they should see and not see, when you have atmospheric conditions that can directly affect what you're seeing on that. Why not spend the time and do something like I did, where you set up targets over water? If you don't believe my measurements that I did 2 years ago, I did a very in-depth set of measurements. Walter Bislins has documented it excellently on his channel. He's taken all my a lot of my photographs, my video, and the measurements that I've made, and what Jesse Kozlowski came out here with Soundly for 3 days, and they spent 3 days out on the ice with me, also verifying what I did. And this has all been documented by Walter Bislins, besides what I've posted on my channel. And you find that with over my test range of 6 miles, that the drop from horizontal agrees well within the measurement errors of the 8 inches per mile squared. I mean, it agrees with it, and anyone can reproduce that sort of thing. I see Ranty has adopted my style of target making, where you have two triangles at one another on a target, and I encouraged him to do that, and I see he's adapted that. I don't know what he's going to be doing over Loch Ness here in the next few days, or how well he's going to execute that, but anyone can do this sort of thing. You can rent theodolite if you don't want to buy one, or you don't need a theodolite, you just buy an auto level. Auto level is much more accurate than a theodolite for doing this type of tests that I did. And you can, instead of spending all this time taking photographs and arguing over what should be hidden and not hidden, go out and make some measurements on over water of the whether or not it's curved.
Well, I mean, you mentioned Ranty, right? And his trip to Loch Ness. And from what I can gather, the way he was speaking the other night, he's going to set these targets up at distances about 5 miles or something like that, along points of the shore of Loch Ness. But the whole point of Loch Ness is it's this big, long stretch of water. It's 20 odd miles, and you can more or less see along the length of it, as in the shape of it. It's almost straight, if you know what I mean. And so he's going to travel like 300 miles to do a 5 mile observation that he could do almost anywhere in Britain on a body of water. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
So that's what you're dealing with. Right? He's going to the trouble of copying your target marker design and all that, and then he's going to completely throw away the opportunity by doing a 5 mile observation over a much longer body of water.
Yeah. I again, not being there to monitor what's going on, I have no idea as to the competence with which he'll execute making these measurements, or how he's going to do it. Is if he's going to try to do it just with a P900 or P1000 camera, then I would have to put a big question mark on that, because you really need to have an auto level that has a internal compensator with crosshairs on it, precision crosshairs, where you can line things up. You can't line things up with a camera, a digital camera.
I have to say, I don't really like the P900 for that kind of stuff. It's very, top heavy, and I've used the internal level function on it to test it out, and it's not accurate enough. It's pretty frustrating.
No, it's not accurate enough, period. I mean, you can't use the accelerometer and the apps on that sort of thing to get anywhere near the precision that you would with an auto level. With my auto level, after I've calibrated it, I get repeatability of 5 arc seconds. You can't get anywhere near that with a camera. It's just impossible. And without crosshairs that are etched into the lenses, into the optics, there isn't any way you're going to line things up. You're going to fool yourself into thinking you can find the center of the image. But when you're trying to line things up over distances of 5 miles, an error of a few arc seconds, 5 arc seconds, 10 arc seconds, is going to be huge. I mean, in one, let's see, I'm trying to think here, with, shoot, I'll have to get my calculator. I don't recall the number offhand. But the bottom line is you're just fooling yourself trying to reproduce or trying to line things up with a camera in lieu of using a precision piece of equipment, surveying equipment like an auto level.
Sorry, I've just seen a comment by Dan. It says water is an auto level. How do we do that exactly? How do we use the water to level a P900? It's anything you can do to level the base the thing is on doesn't necessarily guarantee that the camera itself is perfectly level. It's just not designed well to achieve that, you know what I mean? You can get pretty close, but it's going to be
No,
limited.
you can't get pretty close. That's the whole point. You can't get close trying to eyeball things with a camera.
Yeah, what I'm talking about, if you were to be, go to some ridiculous length to try and set up a floating rig for the camera and all that kind of stuff, you know what I mean? Like if you were going to go to those kind of ridiculous extremes to use a camera like that, you'd still would struggle because it will still come down to how you have the camera itself mounted to something.
Okay, here we go. For every mile of viewing, for every arc second you're off, you'll be off about an eighth of an inch in the distance. So let's say at 5 arc seconds, you're about 3/4 of an inch error per mile. With my auto level, where I have it tuned in to give me 5 arc second repeatability, the amount of vertical error that I'll be getting at a mile is about a 3/4 of an inch. And there isn't any way you're going to get that sort of a precision with a camera.
It's actually quite a lot. That's surprising.
You know, the one observation that I'm awfully tempted to try and organise going and repeating is Alfred Russel Wallace's observations on the Bedford levels, because they're...
Well, I did that too, Alan. I had 2 sets of targets, and again, I encourage any of you to go to Walter Bislin's channel or my channel. Walter did an animation of my target setup and my observations, and modeled it both on a spherical Earth and on a flat Earth, and superimposed the model over my actual photographs. And you'll see that they do not match up when you model my targets out at the distances that we know that they were and the sizes of the targets. When you have it modeled with a flat Earth, they do not match up. When you model it with a spherical Earth with a radius of 6,371 kilometers, they match exactly. Walter put a lot of time into this, into his modeling and taking my actual photographs and creating these models and superimposing them. They're rather significant. It's really quite compelling. I really recommend you go to Walter Bislin's site and look at these. It's called the Radiolite test.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect to get a different result. It's just that the fact is that I'm probably close enough to Welney that I can actually go and do it at the original location.
Sure.
That was
I would encourage you to do that, but first go and look and see at what I did, how I constructed my targets and that, to give you an idea of maybe what to do. Because I did 2 sets of targets. There was a set of targets where they were lined up along a tangent from the observation point. My observation point was about 13 feet up above the ice on the lake. And then I set up targets in a distance going out to 6 miles. They were at 0.7 miles, 1.36 miles, 2 miles, 2.72, 3.5, 4, and 6 miles targets. And the targets were scaled to perspective. So the targets got bigger the further you went out, so that when you viewed all the targets through the auto level, they all would appear to be the same size. And so the first set of targets were set up so that they were all in line with a tangent. and then we measured the drop distances from those targets down to the surface of the water, not the surface of the ice, but the surface of the water. What I did is I drilled holes in the ice and let the water come up, and then measured from the center of the targets to the surface of the water. And on those sets of targets, we found that the distances, the drop distances from those targets to the surface of the water, was the same as what one would expect with an 8 inches per mile square type drop. And then the other set of targets were all set up at 73 inches above the surface of the water, all at the same height. This was the Bevered level style test, where the targets were all set up at 73 inches on the same poles as the tangent targets, but below the targets at 73 inches above the water. And then we looked at those, and then you saw that those fell away. They got lower and lower in distance to the point where they just disappeared below the horizon.
Which is, of course, exactly what you would expect.
Yeah, yeah. And not only that, knowing the distances and measuring the angles, you could easily predict the angular drop of those targets from horizontal. The measurements that I made agreed with what you'd predict using the globe Earth model. And of course, if you're on a flat Earth, you'd expect those Bedford level style targets to all be in line, which they weren't. They just fell away from the horizon to the point where they just disappeared.
Yeah,
And these are the types of things that need to be done, not taking photographs of structures in the distance and looking for hidden.
Yeah, I mean, in the past, I have done enough range test measurements on radar systems that I certainly know that this part of the world has to have a curve, has to have a curved surface that has a radius pretty damn close to the accepted radius of the Earth. The fact that on a flat plane the radar should see targets down to 2,500 meters at 200 kilometers instead of 10,000 meters is a big difference compared to it's 7,500 meters difference. That's not you're not going to explain that with any sort of error.
Right. Yeah, I don't know if you've seen this. I could post this to you later if you haven't seen it. There was a group of naval pilots that had their, I think it was the AWACS, were flying out of Hawaii in the Pacific. And when they were through doing their runs, they ran some tests as far as, getting by radar, looking at the Hawaiian Islands and showing that, with proper calibration that the Hawaiian Islands would disappear, beyond the curve of the Earth, and radar was showing that.
Well, of course, that's one of the reasons why stopping using ground-based radars and using air-based radars is such a good thing, because if you can put your radar 10,000 meters in the sky, or maybe a bit more, you are going to see an awful lot further. And you're also going to be mostly looking down at your targets as well, which is kind of useful.
Yeah. But it was rather interesting that they took the time with their naval air-based radar on the airplanes. I think it was on the AWACS stuff, and showing the radar images on the screen and how the Hawaiian Islands would come into view as you went higher up, and you went lower down, they'd disappear.
If it was U.S. Navy, that would probably be the Hawkeye, which is the U.S. Navy's little turboprop version of the AWACS.
Okay, I think you're correct. Yes, I think that's what it was.
It's only because I have friends in the RAF who have served on AWACS aircraft, and it's because the AWACS is the big Boeing 707 aircraft that looks very much like a 707,
right?
The big circular dish mounted above the rear fuselage.
Right. Yes. But anyway, there's so many of these tests that are done correctly that always come to the same conclusion. It's just all these amateur endeavors that tend to be misconstrued and come up with the wrong conclusions.
Put a link to Walter's page on your experiment there.
Yeah, Walter did a really excellent job of putting it all together.
It is really impressive. I mean, I would definitely, encourage anybody to see it. Jesse posted it a while back, and I looked at so much of it, and then I ended up getting, distracted with other stuff, and I never really completed the full, read through the entire page. But I've seen a fair bit of it. I mean, I knew about some of the stuff you were talking about there that you've done about doing the accounting for the angular size, the perspective of your markers and things like this. It's a really good setup, a really good test setup. Obviously you've got a good place to try it out as well, which helps.
Yeah, I haven't completed all my videos on the thing. I have the original. There's the original video on the test setup and describing the test setup called the Survey on Rainy Lake, and then there's 6 updates on my channel showing how I set everything up and what I went through. Taking trips out on the ice with the snowmobile and dragging the poles out and cutting holes in the ice, setting the poles up and the targets up. And I have still about 3 or 4 more videos I need to do on that to bring it all to conclusion. But the 6-mile target that I have up in the tree up on Home Island, just to give you an idea, and the difference in target sizes, out at 6 miles, the target is 53 inches in height, or was it 63? I don't remember. It's almost 5 feet on the vertical and over 3 feet wide, whereas the target out at 1.36 miles was, about 1/5 that size, and more around 15 inches or so. So the targets grew in size as they were put further and further away from the observation point to account for perspective. So again, like I said, so that when you viewed them through the auto level, they all would appear to be the same size, so you could easily line them up. If you try to make your targets all the same size, by the time you get out to 6 miles, you would never see the darn target.
It's I don't know what you could. It's the difference between somebody that has a clue what they're doing, and flat earthers just run across to the other side of the lake with a mirror on a bad day and look for a flash. There's a huge difference there, especially when you combine the efforts that you've made with, what Jesse's done, and then everything that Walter's done. I mean, there's a huge amount of work going into the test setup and the analysis side of it.
Yeah, I
No,
mean, these aren't trivial endeavors. The amount of work I put in was considerable, and the expense. I spent about probably $3,000 that winter on the equipment, fuel, and all the materials that I had to buy to put it all together. And plus, I went out on the ice. It took me about 2 weeks to set up all the targets. I was by myself. I kept asking people to come and help, but nobody came to help. And I invited flat earthers, globe earthers alike to come view the test range, and only Jesse Kozlowski and Soundly came. And after I had everything all set up, and like I said, they spent 3 days with me here, and I ferried him back and forth and out on the ice and to make measurements. And then Soundly had his drones, and we did some things with his drones in viewing over Rainy Lake, and not only my test range, but an optical corridor where we had a part of the lake where you could view 20 miles unobstructed. He took his drone up and took photographs at various heights with the drone, where you could see, if the drone was near ice level, you hardly saw anything in the background. And then as the drone went higher and higher in altitude, you'd start seeing islands in the background coming into view, more and more islands as your viewing went, out further over the curve of the Earth. So it all was really quite compelling. And like I say, it takes a lot of work. It's a lot of work to, make some good set of measurements. It took me over 2 weeks to set up all the targets, and then I went out every day to make measurements, because not every day is going to give you a good measurement. Some days I had whiteouts because of snowstorms and things like that. It just takes a lot of effort to get a good set of data.
George, I've got a question. It's John Watson here. I'm thinking of doing some long range observations at altitude. From, I don't know if you have them in the States, trig points, in the top of mountains, where the altitude of the mountains measured from mean sea level. Hopefully taking images from one trig point to another.
Hang on a second. You got a phone.
Hi, John. I think they do, because from watching the surveyor guy, his name escapes me immediately.
Jesse.
They do have similar points on which they can set up their theodolites and stuff for doing those exact same readings.
Yeah, because they've all got trig points. They've all got a theodolite mount on the top of them, don't they?
Yeah, but I believe they don't have the very obvious concrete blocks that we have over here, that are so common and obvious when you see them.
Yeah, so what I'm hoping to do is to do some, well, as long range as possible. Probably not with a telescope, but depends how energetic I feel. But get a proper horizontal reference, maybe 2 or 3 different ways simultaneously to make sure that I'm pointing. Like Miles Davis used the Hopeton Monument that has the same similar elevation to where he was taking the picture from.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. But yeah, I was going to ask George about the effects of refraction at altitude, and when I'm imagining that
you'll have much less problems than shooting over water or near the water surface.
The further you can get away from the surface, the better for all refraction. And essentially, the longer you can make the wavelength, the less hassle you have with refraction. That's why I like using radar, because with a wavelength of 0.1 meters, you've got a significantly longer wavelength than you have when you're dealing with 500-600 nanometers.
I can shoot up to easily, I think, shoot up to about 1,000 nanometers in the it's still near infrared, but but that would certainly get around a lot of the problems with diffraction from gas molecules and dust particles and what have you.
Yes, it helps.
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh, hello. Yeah, I was just saying I'm planning to do some sort of long range observations at some altitude, like from mountain peak to mountain peak. And I caught a little bit of what you were saying earlier on, that just after dawn and just before dusk are actually the worst times to attempt photography that might be affected by refraction. And I kind of had it in my head that I would, maybe attempt this at dawn. But I suppose the best time of day is actually not not at dawn. But what you were saying.
Most definitely. Your best. I found for myself the best time of day tend to be around 10 a.m. to noon, and later in the afternoon when the sun got higher in the sky. Things you'd start to end up with more temperature gradients because of land heating up more. But yeah, about late morning always tended to give me the best viewing conditions. But what's really important is to make sure you're not dealing with dead air, a still day. You really want to have a breeze that's going to be mixing the air up for you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's those I don't know if you have them. Those sort of wind shields that you get that you take to the beach with you. If you have those in the States.
Yeah, we call them pinwheels.
Yeah, I sometimes take one of them with me just to sort of steady the camera if it's long range. But yeah, I was thinking probably near infrared. And also I heard you say you said you prefer to see like 5 seconds or so of video. What I was thinking of doing is using a astronomy technique called lucky imaging, where you shoot several thousand frames and you get software that grades the frames for quality, and you throw away 90% of them and keep the best 10% and stack them together. It's a way that you image the surface of the moon or the planets or whatever, and I think it would probably lend itself to this quite well.
Yeah, probably could, but where we come into question though is, say, even in the class of good photographs, are you dealing with good photographs that are also subjected to refraction? I mean, you say an image in the background has raised up during to refraction, you happen to get 20 good photographs of that. That doesn't tell you there is no refraction. All that tells you is you got some really good photographs with images that have risen up apparently with refraction.
Well, what I was intending to do is through 2 or 3 methods is to ensure that that I've got a very definite horizontal reference, where the camera's not pointing up or down, but it's actually perfectly horizontal, and referencing my altitude with the known altitude of another target, and to see what the difference is.
Sure.
According to
I
the
mean,
curve calculator and refraction, and just see what I get.
well, that's better. That's better than just a single photograph, of course, and I'd put more faith in something like that than, just a photograph taken on some day that, that's probably over 95% of what we see being posted and argued out there. And, I just don't get involved with these discussions. I've talked to Rumpus about this several times, and Rumpus really gets into doing analysis on these things. And for the most part, to the first order, yeah, you can do that. But man, if you're going to try to figure out hidden heights of structures out at 6 miles to within, uh, a resolution of feet. No, I can't see that happening without knowing your temperatures at the target temperature at the observation point, your relative the barometric pressure, things like that. But the most important, the biggest driver of refractive effects are your temperature. And next is the barometric pressure, followed by relative humidity. But the barometric pressure and relative humidity effects are about an order of magnitude less than what you find due to just temperature differences. If you look at the equations that have been empirically derived for refraction, and the coefficients in there is inevitably temperature is the biggest factor by far. So yeah, you need to know that at least. If you're starting to go mountaintop to mountaintop, how do you know what the temperatures are there to really assess how much things might be moving up or down due to refraction? I just don't know, and that's why I don't get involved with these things. I'm an engineer, and I tend to be very fussy about knowing the data in order to come to a educated conclusion and assessing what's going on. And so I just don't get involved with those things. But if you can, your starting point is you have to, you want to be up high enough so that you're out of this moisture humidity zone that's close to the surface of the water, and that tends to be you want to be at least 5 feet above. And I go up about 13 feet to really ensure that I'm up above that zone.
All right, because I was thinking a couple of thousand feet.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, you're well above the zone.
It's just because it gives more of an opportunity to observe very long, very distant targets. Like 50 miles or more. But you think at the very least they would need temperature data and stuff at both ends of the line of sight.
Yeah, that's what geodetic surveyors have determined, over the decades. Is normally they just take 2 temperature measurements and average them, and then they go to their tables for refractive indexes. I've taken that to a higher level where I have a temperature array of thermistors that are mounted 30 centimeters apart, and there's 5 of them on this stick. And I actually measure the vertical profile of the temperature of the optical corridor, as well as the horizontal temperature profile. And but you get a lot of data points doing that, that you have to sift through. But to a first order, knowing the temperature at observation and at the target are the minimum that you need.
Yeah, and I suppose I'm thinking that if you're at a decent altitude and there is a little bit of a breeze, you're going to get quite a homogeneous atmosphere without much gradient.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that you can, make that claim. I found a lot of times things that I thought common sense and logic would dictate were wrong.
Yeah.
The only way you know for sure is to actually make the measurements.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, but it was I've got to make something to eat for my better half, so I better scoot. It was nice
I
talking
must
to you.
say, I'll just relate to you an interesting little story. Is when I first did this 3 years ago, I set some equipment up on the ice, and the Rumpus and I were looking at my measurements and stuff, and we were both astounded by how much refraction was occurring. Neither one of us had an inkling as to how severe refraction could be. And this was because I was making measurements. My optical corridor was only about 1 foot above the ice, and I was nothing was agreeing. Nothing was agreeing with the 8 inches per mile squared. I mean, the Earth looked flat, and we were really puzzled by the whole thing. And it was because I was too close to the ice, and everything in the background was getting raised up, so it made the Earth look flat. And once I raised it up above this moisture zone, then the data started conforming to the 8 inches per mile square. So, like I said, we were both fooled by the degree of refraction that you get. We are always assuming that, is a fairly minor thing. And I had found during those sets of measurements that winter, three winters ago, that in 2.5 miles near sunset, I was seeing objects at 2.5 miles apparently raised by as much as 11.5 feet. When you took the photo, I mean, that was huge. 11.5 foot shift over 2.5 miles. It's incredible.
Is that a temperature inversion now? When you've got cold?
No, that's normally what you expect when the density of the air or the air is cooler near the surface.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think that was the cause of there's quite a famous I can't remember, was it Michigan?
Yeah, the Chicago skyline over Lake Michigan. Yeah.
Certain times a year.
Yeah, and again, you have to assess the time of day. And I was doing some stuff at nighttime. I kind of thought, well, maybe things would stabilize at night, and that turned out to even be just as bad. About the best time at night, if you're going to do things at night, is to do it very early in the morning before the sun's rising. Things will have pretty much settled out by the time an hour before sunrise, and that's probably going to be about your best time at nighttime. If you try to do anything at night, say a few hours after sunset, you can end up with a huge degree of atmospheric turbulence as the surface of the Earth is cooling down, the air is changing temperature and stuff. Nighttime isn't going to necessarily give you better conditions.
Yeah, I mean, my main interest is astronomy. So the conditions at night I'm quite familiar with, but a really big problem here is humidity. And we have I'm in the central Scotland, and we have quite often 90% humidity, and
yeah, so your visibility is going to suck.
Well, you can still be clear, but the problem is that once the ground does actually cool down, dew forms on the lens or on the optics of the telescope, and you've got to gently heat your optics, which is an extra layer of complication of extra equipment, and it's not that hard to do, but it's just another thing to contend with, and it's usually the best time when it's nice and clear, and it's just between the middle of the night and dawn.
Yes.
And then
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. Is things settle down probably about the best time is an hour or two before sunrise.
Yeah. There's been a lot of wasted nights just because of dew forming on the lens. Once it starts, if you don't have any heater of any kind, that's it. You just go home.
I know the problem. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The
Guys, I'm just going to jump in to say I'm going to go. So enjoy.
All right.
I'll catch you later.
Yeah, we're about done here too.
Talking of how far you can see objects being moved, I have actually seen refraction move an object by between 10 and 15 millimeters at only 50 meters.
Yes.
From refraction. So that's
yeah, to neglect refraction is a fool's errand, is you really have to know the temperature at least at a bare minimum, at both ends, the observation and the target. Yeah, you really need to know that to determine whether or not you really have to be concerned about the refraction. So Alan, you were saying you saw how much shift? Was that 10 millimeters?
I've seen 10 to 15 millimeters of shift at 50 meters.
At 50.
50 meters.
Okay.
Yeah, in excess of 10 millimeters of shift, and that's across grass with the scope at about 300 mil elevation and the target at 1 meter elevation, and the intervening area of grass supposedly level.
Yeah.
Oh, hell, I've seen 2 centimeters at like 5 feet.
Yeah.
When they use
that's
butane.
Yeah, that's in the
Yeah, but this
ballpark of what I was seeing on near sunset. I was seeing over 4 times that amount, Alan, over 2.5 miles. So yeah, I mean that's not unheard of. That's well within the ballpark of what I was seeing.
Yeah, I know it was a good couple of minutes of arc, because I generally tend to work in minutes of arc, but
right.
George, could you point me in the direction of the tables that you were talking about for surveying? If I've got a
The best site to go is. Are you familiar with Jesse Kozlowski?
I don't think so.
He has a Facebook page and a channel where he has posted tremendous amounts of information from geodetic manuals and books and all that. If you want, what I'll do, John, is I'll probably be having a phone discussion with Jesse here in the next day or so, and I will ask him for a specific table that he could recommend for you to look at. How's that?
Okay, yeah, that'd be great. I found his channel, his YouTube channel. So
yeah,
yeah,
he
that
has
would be
a Facebook.
great.
I'm not on Facebook anymore, but he has a Facebook presence that's where he posts all this stuff, and it might be just hard to wade through all the material that he's posted there to find what you're looking for, and I'll ask him for something specifically for you.
Yeah, that'd be great. Will I put my email in the side chat?
Okay.
I know he might have an email on his.
Well, I have his email. I'll tell you what. Just send me a quick message to and I'll pass everything on to you. My email is ghnatiuk@juno.com. I'll put in the side chat here to the show.
Yeah. Okay. I'll copy that and just.
Yeah, just
send you
drop me a
ping.
short message and then I'll get back to you. I just posted it on the side chat there. Not the group chat, but the YouTube chat.
All right. Okay. Oh yeah. I've got it. Okay, that's great. I better go and see to this food. Okay, nice talking to you, George.
Yeah.
I'll be
Take care.
be in touch. All right. Cheers.
Yeah. If you have any questions, I try to help out as much as I can. I don't participate much on these types of shows anymore, but you have my email, or you can always get in touch with me on Discord, Jim's Discord. I pop in there at least once a week, and or to any of my videos, just post a comment to one of my videos to get my attention. Or now you have my email. That's the best.
Yeah, I can see why you don't get involved so much anymore. It's a bit wearing.
Yeah, well, you start hearing the same arguments over and over. It's just like, hamsters in a wheel. It just goes round and round and round.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, look. All right. I'll be in touch. Okay. Cheers. Bye.
Yeah. Bye, John.
Yeah, Alan. The number that you were giving the 10 millimeters over 50 meters, that's about 41 seconds of an arc. Hello?
Oh. Sorry, George. I'm.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I've got you now. Hello, Alan.
Hello. Yes. Sorry. My brain doesn't work quite as fast as I would like it to sometimes. So sometimes there's a little bit of a delay between the input and the output.
Okay.
No frame dragging?
Yeah, a bit of frame dragging. Okay, yeah.
I was just saying that.
Yeah.
I was just saying that the dimensions that you gave me for the refraction, the numbers that you gave me, that the 10 millimeters over 50 over a 50 meter range, that's about 41 seconds of an arc.
Yeah. So I've seen that regularly. I have seen more, but that is generally on a more extreme day.
Yes.
Usually when the grass is wet and the sun is hot, so that there is a lot of humidity in the air, as well as the heat rising.
Yeah, and I was indicating before is after sun or right before sunset, about an hour before sunset into sunset, I was seeing things shift in the background at 2.5 miles by about 4 times that. You were seeing, like I said, about 41 arc seconds, and I was seeing as much as 165 arc seconds in the time right around sunset. So sunset can give you really extreme conditions, and during this time, like when the sun started getting low on horizon, you could just on your skin physically feeling the temperature dropping, and on your face, you just feel it decreasing over minutes, so things were really getting bad in terms of air temperature gradients above the ice and at that time.
Yeah, I have to say I have never actually experienced temperatures of that sort of extreme, because honestly it doesn't get that cold here. It doesn't get cold enough that a lake would freeze hard enough that I would have the nerve to walk out on it.
Well, it doesn't take much nerve when the ice is 3 feet thick.
Yeah,
You can drive a vehicle on 3 feet of ice will hold up a semi truck fully loaded.
Yeah, we might get 3 or 4 inches, and we'd think that was a very cold winter.
Yeah. Well, typically here out on Sand Bay, where I live, is our ice will be anywhere from 3 to 4 feet thick. Once you get to the end of January.
Yeah, I mean the last time we had really significant snowfall in this part of in my part of the country, and by that I mean a couple of feet of snow, was in 1987. That was end of January 1987. So, and we didn't have any significant snowfall this last winter.
Mm-hmm. No, you're in the UK, right?
I'm in the UK. I'm
yeah. Well,
the funny
you're
thing
so
is that
much more temperate there because of the Caribbean conveyor. You get that warm water coming up.
Yes, because I mean I am at 52.5 degrees north. But yeah, it stays very warm. It stays very warm here in the UK because of the Gulf Stream.
Or you better hope the Gulf Stream doesn't turn off.
Oh, I hope to hell the Gulf Stream never turns off. That would be.
Yeah, it'd be horrible. Actually, there's been a study on that. The U.S. military did a study on that because they're always interested in, resource allocation. It was about 20 years ago I read this study, and one of the big concerns is the conveyor, what they call the Great Conveyor, that is, the current coming up from the Gulf Stream shutting down once the fresh water from the polar ice cap starts melting significantly, where it introduces enough fresh water, it will shut down the conveyor. And then, of course, that will cause significant temperature changes in Europe.
That could almost explain why great ice ages happen. One of the triggers.
Yeah, that could be one of the triggers, is you introduce too much fresh water up in the North Atlantic, and then it shut down the conveyor.
And all of a sudden, Europe becomes a deep freeze.
Yeah, I can only hope that these young people coming up that are becoming more climate change activists will maybe get the ear of some of the governments and start looking at this seriously.
It's funny because when I looked at the ice ages of past, it always seemed like the ice ages would trigger at peak carbon dioxide. Which, never could figure out, from looking at that, what the trigger was for it to come back. Why the temperature would drop like 3 degrees for like a couple hundred years, and then the CO2 would start to follow. But it always happens at peak carbon dioxide.
So anyway, these mountains that you're going to be photographing, where are these going to be?
That wasn't me. That was John who had to go.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's going to be the Grampian Mountains in Scotland, because John's in Edinburgh.
I see. Okay.
Like I say,
is he too far? Is he very far, I wonder, from Loch Ness, where he could maybe peek in and see what Randy's doing?
I found this out the hard way. My friend who ended up serving on the AWACS aircraft spent 20 odd years on the RAF Nimrod Maritime Reconnaissance Fleet, based at RAF Kinloss, which is about 30 miles east of Inverness, so at the head of Loch Ness. And when my oldest was born in the January of '89, we went up to visit, and we drove for nearly 6 hours, and we'd got to Edinburgh, and it was like, oh yeah, and we're in, so we're now in Scotland. We're at Edinburgh as we've driven up the east coast of England. And you think, oh, it must be nearly there, because we've been driving for what seems like ever, to realise that we're still actually 4 hours away.
Oh.
And that was like, oh my God. That was a, yeah, that was a shock. But from somebody from the southeast of England, I do kind of feel a little bit for the. Wish I could live somewhere where we had a little bit more vertical terrain features.
Okay. So you're fairly flat there.
Let's say the Ordnance Survey says that the lane at the outside the front of my bungalow is at 1 meter above mean sea level.
Okay.
There is a very significant hill just behind me. That can be seen from about 20 miles away. Well, say 20 miles.
Yeah, we're probably from 0 to 10 meters for 50 miles around me.
It's it's 20 meters high. You can see it from you can see it from as far away as you can, because it's to the northwest of that hill. There is nothing but this huge river valley complex that is basically at sea level, and then you've got then you've got the sand, you've got the beach dunes around the coast that run from sort of 10 meters at where we are up to about I think it's 190, 200 meters as you get to sort of the Cromer area in North Norfolk. But yeah, between us and those hills, there's nothing. You go up on the hill at the 20-meter elevation in the next village, and you can literally see those hills in North Norfolk 20 miles away. It's oh, and of course we have the interesting joy of a river that rises half a mile from the sea. So it rises half a mile west of the sea. It runs roughly due west for 6 miles before curving round to eventually come out 15 miles further south at Great Yarmouth after running for about 26 miles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, see, one of the problems that I see with doing terrestrial type measurements is the fact that you have no guarantee that the base of the land is conforming to the spherical Earth, because things are easily terraformed by erosion or whatever. The only thing that really you're guaranteed will follow a spherical Earth and that will allow you to make measurements is water surfaces, because the surface of the water will always follow a gravitational equal potential, whereas land you can easily sculpture, through erosion or whatever, and so you can't do any real close in measurements, several miles, 6 miles or whatever, and be guaranteed on land that you have anything that is actually following the true curvature of the Earth. You have to probably make measurements on the order of, getting out to 100 miles or so, if you can even do that sort of viewing to really say definitively, yeah, this is falling below the curve of the Earth,
That's where Alkay's images come in nice from Triplin law.
No, that's not Alkay's. That's Miles Davis.
Oh, Miles Davis.
From Traprain Law, and he also did some from a hill the other side of Edinburgh, where he was at a 210-meter trig point, and which happens to be exactly the same height as the top of the new 4th road bridge. So the towers of the bridge were very obviously in sight as well, and I believe I can hear the US Air Force F-15s playing outside. Must be doing some night flying from Lakenheath.
It's still daytime.
Not here, it's not. It's 9:45 at night here.
Don't lie to me. I'm looking out the window. It's light as can be.
And I'm looking out of mine.
Here, I'll show you photographic evidence.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's going to be too convoluted to get my phone camera out and get the picture into the computer to give you definitive, absolute proof that it's dark out the window and I don't have a webcam.
But why would the sun set for you and not for me?
I have no idea, and
So weird.
and of course you've seen one of our you've seen a high speed version of one of our recent sunrises.
Yeah.
And yeah, the cloud did get rather under illuminated. I know it was very thin cloud, but it was definitely under illuminated, wasn't it?
See, I think one of the things that you could do on a flat Earth model, besides having the sun, spinning around the North Pole, is you should probably have an adjustable lampshade on it so that you could direct the light besides just having the sun moving.
Oh, well, do you watch? Have you ever watched any of Cool Hard Logic's videos?
No, I haven't. No.
He actually he's been doing this for. He did a whole series on busting geocentrism, and he had some sort of characters and stuff that he used in that, and one of them was Mr. Space Hammerman, who spun the sun and planets around the Earth, like the throwing the hammer athletes do for the hammer event on the field, and so he thinks it must be Mr. Space Hammerman's cousin that's spinning the sun and moon around, and that the sun has a shape-shifting lampshade.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really watch too many videos at all. I'm more focused on doing videos for my viewers that want to learn something. I'm not really geared to doing flat Earth videos and things like that, as I do videos on math and science that students at university can use, and people that are interested in learning real science and math. So I tend to be more interested in accurate information than dealing with this flat Earth nonsense.
Oh, Cool Hard Logic's stuff is very. It's a humorous. I think it's a humorous look, but with accurate information in it. In what I suppose you might call a relatively accessible format.
Sure. I mean, there's two ways you can look at these things. Is of course, videos by this Cool Hard Logic that you're speaking of, and other people, is for one wishing to learn. Yeah, you can find some nuggets of information in there, but for the most part, it just falls on deaf ears in the flat Earth community. They don't watch these things, and even if they do, they're not understanding or not really focusing to learn anything. I very long time ago, I came to the conclusion that a lot of these diehard flat earthers that you have in here, like this Dan the Waterman, Flat Earth, Earth is seriously flat, Right the Hand, Flat Earth Data, all those guys, they have no interest in changing their position. I don't know what their game is, but it certainly isn't learning anything.
No, it's well, I know what Yeah, some of the names you mentioned there are, I think, in some ways, religious zealots who have decided that because they think their reading of the Bible insists that it has to be flat. It has to be flat, and they will just go out.
Well, that has
and,
always puzzled me, though, Alan, is you go to these passages in the Bible that they're using to support the flat earth thesis, and it takes quite an imagination and stretch to read those passages and say, yeah, this is telling us that the earth is flat. I mean, it has always puzzled me that it depends on the person who's reading the Bible and how they interpret the passages or how they wish to interpret the passages, because nothing is clearly stated in any of the Psalms or the books. So I just don't get this, adamant hold on demanding that the earth be flat.
Yeah, it's like you say. I don't know. It's an issue, and that's what they they believe it. But not only do they believe it, but they seem to want to insist on trying to prove. I guess they need to prove it to themselves or to other people, so that they have some semblance of their book is true and their life choices are meaningful to them.
Right. Well, science has been handing it to them for years. And I think that a lot of it is that, this is their jab at science, where they can use it to their advantage in theory.
Yeah. I mean, I come from because I come from the UK, where we have an established religion. Religion is and I say now, this seems in the UK, where we have an established religion, the more extreme religions don't seem to be, the more extreme versions of, say, Christianity don't seem to have caught hold nearly so much. Probably because the majority are conformist and have been in, and have come from the Church of, the Church of England, and once the Church of England and Catholicism stopped trying to kill each other, the Catholic Church, I guess it leaves slightly less room for the wilder ends to
zealotry.
Yes, for the zealotry to grow. I mean, obviously it does, but I don't think we get it to nearly the level we seem to see. I sometimes see coming from some parts of the US, for example. We don't seem to get nearly so much of the young Earth creationist stuff going on over here, for example.
Right. And to be fair, I don't even see it here.
Oh,
in the Bible Belt, and when I talk to people, I don't see it, but I do hear about it. like on the news and stuff, but person to person, my circles, I don't see it.
Yeah, I get, and that's probably true, and that's probably why I have that view of it, is because it does get on the news, and of course we do hear about the likes of the Kenhams and the Hovins and what have you, and
We're all running around with clubs and beating women on the head and dragging them off to our caves.
and what's that Baptist church? The rather infamous Baptist church.
Oh God. Oh yeah.
Yeah, we
The
know
ones
the
who go
one.
to the funerals.
Yeah, that them ones.
That's gonna bother me now for the rest of the day.
Yeah, but I don't think we need to acknowledge them that much by even
Well,
giving them a name, do we?
there's many different of these what I call extreme Baptist type church. There's the Shakers from Tennessee that practice with snakes.
Yeah, this one's the really small one. It's like, maybe 50 people, and they go to funerals and stuff, and like do finish the whole gay agenda and stuff like that.
Yeah, but it's the kind of thing that gets on the news in the US, and then of course it gets on the news in the UK, and then because we see it on the news, we kind of think that that's the normal, or a lot more common. Oh, and MadB13 in the chat says, hello, and it appears to be nighttime here too, wherever MadB13 is. So,
liar.
And True Blue says that's because you're living in the past, because it's already 7 a.m. Wednesday where True Blue is. Oh, he's another one of those down underers, isn't he, True Blue?
Oh, Alan, I've been noticing in chat people, asking to come on to the panel, and of course I had difficulties with that earlier. And you're mentioning how you take over your show from Jose, so you don't have control. What you might try doing, you can still have, the same panel members, just start up your own new meet and just tell the people, to come over to your new meet, and you just invite the panel members in that you had on Jose to maintain the continuity.
Yeah, I mean, I
It's a little work. Yeah, it'd be a little work, but it would, then that would give you control of invites.
I took over doing this because Jose had some difficulties and he couldn't carry on running the after show, that he had started. So as I had just got nice new shiny spiffy fiber broadband and could finally actually had enough bandwidth to do streaming, after years of barely being able to talk to people using Meets because I didn't have enough bandwidth, I just went, oh well, that's not a problem. I can, I've got the computer with OBS and everything set up on it. I can just run it, and it kind of started from that. So I didn't really want to take Jose's show completely away from him. Although it is also,
so do these after shows then they're posted to Jose's channel rather than your channel?
Well, no, they are posted to mine because I'm streaming them. I'm streaming them to YouTube on my channel essentially as a temporary measure for Jose while Jose couldn't do them. I had absolutely no idea how long that might go on for.
Okay,
One of-
yeah. So in fairness to Jose, I understand maintaining the association under his control. Then, sure.
Yeah, and of course, the other thing is that you know, as many people know, I'm actually disabled, so you know, I do this for a bit of fun because I can talk to people from all over the globe. You know, talk to lots of different interesting people. I make no money from it. I had no intention of growing a channel. It's just something that's happened. I don't get any money out of it, and I don't have any money to sink into doing it. So paying, you know, doing stuff like paying for meats and all that sort of thing is something I probably wouldn't end up doing.
You got to pay for meat, or you got to pay for vegetables.
No, paying for meat and vegetables is enough of a struggle. So paying for Google Meets is, I mean, I know in the grand scheme of things, it's not a huge amount of money, but
It's more than you need to spend on it.
Sorry about that. Trying to find there.
You know, paying for meats on top of the ISP connection, and because of my interest in photography and stuff, paying for a monthly subscription to Adobe Creative Suite.
Well, I'll catch you gentlemen later. I just got a phone call from my lawyer. I need to go meet with him, so I'll catch you later.
Okay, George.
Oh, I know why he excluded me from that conversation. Goodbye, gentlemen.
Yeah.
And what about me?
All right.
Well, you're all inclusive.
So what are we down to? 9 people?
5 it says, but that's including George, because George hasn't left yet. But we haven't heard from Big Blue or Ali B in a very long time. In fact,
No, I'm about to pack up my office for the day.
in fact, I had a little bit of a less than being fully 100% aware earlier, so I didn't even notice Ali B had slipped in and joined us.
I'll keep my presence here, even though I'm gone, just to make it look a little more busy here. But when I get back, if the hangout's up when I'm back, when I get back, I'll join. If not, well, I'll catch y'all later.
Yeah, I was about to say I think it might actually be a
good time to call it a day.
A good time to call it a day. We have been going for 4 hours 46 minutes at this point. So
You're supposed to carry me through my ride home, though.
Sorry, how long's your ride home?
Hour and a half.
I'm sorry, Ken, but I'm not doing another hour and a half of this.
Well, wait, in metrics, I'm not sure what it would be in metric for you guys.
An
hour and a half.
Oh, yeah, an hour and a half. I was going to say, I'm not quite sure how you would convert base 60 to base 10 like that.
You can. It just gets a little funny looking.
Yeah. And it's an odd, I mean, it's not even like it's proper base 60 either, is it? It's, well, I suppose it's,
my co-worker.
I suppose it's actually like having two bites. Yeah, it's like having 2 bites, and it's high bite and low bite for the minutes and seconds, but base 60.
Yeah, I think I would go with the 100-second for your hours. Sorry, for your minutes. And let's see. I guess it'd be 100 minutes per hour and 10 hours per day.
Oh yeah, because so we'd have to. Well, we couldn't really. You wouldn't really. You couldn't really call them hours, minutes, and stuff because you'd. Because they would be a completely different time period, wouldn't they?
Well, yeah, I mean, whatever you want to call them, but then they would still have the same basic increments because, you know, those are, we're pretty well attuned to those. So our seconds would go to about half the duration. Which means that I'd last longer in bed with my wife.
Yeah, that's sorry, but it's too late for my brain to really wrap its head around the potentiality of a decimal time system. That is.
Have a wonderful day. I'm going to bail out.
And you can.
Good night.
And I would like to say thank you to all the 17 of you still watching out in YouTube land. Thank you for sticking with us for another long old session. And oh bugger, didn't mean to press that button. I meant to press the stop streaming button instead of the minimize the window button. So anyway, thank you very much for watching in YouTube land. Thanks for being here, Ken. It's been another nice one, and good night to everybody.
Good night.